what? They all ate as much as they wanted. After everyone was full, Jesus told his disciples, now gather the leftovers. And in the King James, I believe it says, when they were filled, he said to his disciple, gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. I want you to write that down, because I'm going to talk to you like we're in true partnership together. And I'm going to tell you something that the Lord laid on my heart at the beginning of the year, and how we implemented it, and how amazingly it has worked out. Gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. Write that if you would. Gather up the fragments that remain, that nothing be lost. So they picked up the pieces and filled 12 baskets with scraps. Therefore they gathered them together and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the barley loaves which remained over and above what had been eaten. When the people saw this miraculous sign, they exclaimed, surely he is the prophet we've been expecting. When Jesus saw that they were ready to take him by force to be their king, he slipped away into the hills by himself. When Jesus therefore perceived that they would come and take him by force to make him king, that's the only miracle he did, where they almost took him by force and made him be their king, which shows you the power of the financial provision and miracle side of the covenant. This is our State of the Ministry address. Welcome everybody that's tuning in, as everybody's beginning to pile in. The beginning of the year, I watched as President Trump won the election. I saw how Elon Musk was given a directive to do what they call DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. And I saw that, and notice they didn't move out of the White House. It's not like, to be efficient, they moved to a Holiday Inn in Washington, D.C. and said it's too expensive to run this place. They kept the excellence of the White House, but they decided to clean up all the waste, collect all the scraps. And so when I saw that, I felt to do that for our ministry. And then without knowing I was going to do that, hey, Faith, without knowing I was going to do that, Jesse Duplantis, when I saw him, twice told me that scripture. And he said, one time there was a missionary years ago that I wanted to support for $60,000. And I was going to raise the money. And the Lord said, you already have the money. Well, you don't want to argue with God, but Brother Jesse said, I didn't have the money. And the Lord said no, and gave him this scripture. Write it down one more time. Collect the scraps. Gather up the fragments, that nothing be lost. So he had here's one thing that he did. He had his staff. Of course, we have automatic lights in the building. But back then he had his staff make sure to shut the lights off every time they left the room. And that saved $5,000 a month, which is $60,000 a year. $1 million, write this down if you would. And I'm not doing a teaching, but these are just helpful things. $1 million. Hey, Joe Spence, good to see you. $1 million is $1,000 mishandled 1,000 times. $1 million is $1,000 mishandled 1,000 times. And you know, that's how you say, who's going to mishandle $1,000 1,000 times? When you get to the size that Revival Today is, where there's different departments buying things and throwing banquets and parties, without controls, it's easy to lose a lot to scraps. And then Elon Musk showed that. So we didn't do it because we were in trouble. Why wait till you're in trouble to be efficient and make good moves? We did it preemptively. And what I'm going to report to you about what's happened in Revival Today is an absolute miracle, because we had two churches. We've grown to 4, as most of you know. And Patrick projects that our expenditures this year are going to be about exactly the same as last year, with 2 more churches, not in cheap real estate areas. It's not like we started one in Evansville, Indiana, and another in Sioux City, Iowa. You know, Los Angeles and Phoenix, especially Los Angeles, is not cheap, but it's a miracle. The cost was brought down. I don't know how much we'll have saved this year, but you know, when I say saved, I'm talking just renegotiating contracts and eliminating waste. maybe $6 million, $500,000 a month, and we're still cutting. And I'll get to that. I'm going to make, there's a lot you're going to hear tonight that nobody knows, including my wife, Adalis. We'll find out after the program, some of the things. But this is our State of the Ministry address. And I think sometimes people get the impression that when Jesus was a prosperity man. Everyone ate until full. The Bible doesn't say he collected 12 basketfuls because he felt like everyone had had enough. Everyone ate until full, and then they collected the scraps. But I think a lot of times people think when you're a prosperity ministry, it means just flinging money around and who cares? You know, they have a ton of money, they have a jet, but we don't. I want you as our partners and people, you know, your seed is precious. What you give is precious, and it's valued here. There's a friend of mine who's in a prosperity ministry, and he was doing a meeting with another prosperity ministry, high-level ministries, and he walked by the media room, and they had ordered, I think, 32 pizzas for production. And he said, how many of those did you eat? They said 6. He said, why'd you order 32? They said, oh, you know, brother so-and-so doesn't care. He won't miss it. And that's how a lot of ministries go under. And they don't realize it until they're going under, that there have been people just spending their money left, right, and center. You're going to see tonight that what you sow into this ministry is handled well and makes great impact. And so, in case you don't know, this is what the Lord did with us together the first 6 months of this year. And then I'm going to make several important announcements that I have to make for you. Here, enjoy what we did together the first 6 months of 2025.
The first 6 months of 2025 have marked a new era for Revival Today. God has opened powerful new doors. With the upgrade from the Falcon 50 to the Falcon 900, we are now delivering the gospel with greater capacity and speed than ever before. This year, we have seen explosive growth throughout the ministry, expanding from 2 churches to 4. Pittsburgh, Fort Worth, Arizona, and Los Angeles. 4 cities with one mission. We are sending the gospel throughout new platforms, reaching people where they are with the launch of the new Faith and Family.
Sometimes business travel takes you to Chicago, Amsterdam, Los Angeles, New Delhi, Tel Aviv, or Tokyo. And sometimes to Count of Air. Here at Book a Limo, we think globally. We think business, your business. It doesn't matter where you go. No place is too far. We're there for you.
What's your destination? Book a limo. Any car, anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. you'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Romans chapter 10, verse 15. And how shall they preach except they be sent? The preacher and the sender are grouped together in Romans 10 in the salvation of mankind. How can they hear without a preacher? How can he preach unless he goes? How can he go unless he's sent? As the scriptures say, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things. So let's get to the announcements. Number 1, this year saw us join the National Faith Advisory Board in partnership with them and access with President Trump. We were one of the 38 ministries invited, and you guys can throw the pictures up as I go along. We were one of the 38 ministries that were invited to have lunch with President Trump or dinner at Easter in the small room in the White House. I may be going back next month. I think we've had 4 trips there. We were one of the invites for the National Day of Prayer at the lawn. So that's, yeah. So that's recognition that, and again, this is the state of the ministry. I'm letting you know so you know. It's not me trying to get a self-esteem boost, but I want you to know that we're not blowing smoke. It's enough impact that if they have to narrow the field to a couple hundred preachers, that we're on the list. If they narrow it to 38, we're on the list of national impact. So when you're in Revival Today, you're part of a ministry that makes national impact. Number 2, I don't find this a small thing that when somebody that's been in the ministry 60 years wants to work with you and recognizes the calling and gifting of God on your life, it's a big deal. Second thing that I want to mention in the State of the Ministry address is our massive partnership with Kenneth Copeland Ministries, joining with one of the most recognized ministries on earth. You're going to notice with all the people that feel free to criticize Brother Copeland, you don't hear big ministries do it much, because that ministry has financially blessed missions and preaching and crusade evangelism and church planning and First Nations. And there was the tremendous honor of them letting me share the stage with them at their largest event to preach at the Southwest Believers Convention. So recognized at the national level for government, and recognized now I would say this year is when we went up a level for national impactful ministry. I want to thank Kenneth Copeland Ministries and everybody involved for their kindness to me. Number 3, partnership with Real America's Voice. We are no longer on Christian television. We are on secular news Sunday morning. And then now I don't know if you guys know this or not. Oh, they have the video clip. Yeah, we do. Go ahead and play it. This was this morning at 8 in the morning. They have me every Thursday at 8:52, I think. Secular news.
You are the founder of Revival Today, and I think this post on X was so thought-provoking. I want you to expound a little bit further, especially on the part where you say that trials don't create the anointing, they reveal it. Tell us more about what you meant here.
I've been hearing a lot of people in church that preach tell people that God needs to, like how you crush an olive oil, that's what brings the olive oil out. That's why God has to do things, whether it's sickness or bad things, because it'll develop his presence and power in you. And I don't like that because it's not scriptural. The anointing, like you read, is a product of God's Spirit living in you. And God doesn't use bad things on his children to develop his character. He uses his word and his Spirit. So if people start expecting that God, who's a good father, is going to start making their life miserable, then they actually have nothing in them to fight against the trials of life, because they think. I mean, this is on national secular news, Real America's Voice. Did you ever think the day would come where there would be a segment in the morning on the news where they wanted to talk about where the anointing comes from? Continue. God's using cancer. God used a car accident. The devil is they call it the gospel in one verse, John 10:10. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Jesus said, I have come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. So I just wrote that to encourage people that are going through a hard time. God is the source of your help, not the one who's looking to hurt you. What a thing to be able to share with people on the news. So that's a partnership with Real America's Voice. The CEO of that network we've been in heavy contact. Of course, he's the one that put What No Eye Has Seen on television for the whole week. And he said his original vision was to have America's Faith and Family. But he got, that news, takes a lot of work. But he's ready to do it now. So we are in the works, which I'm not going to get into it on this one because the details aren't finalized. But it's looking like we are going to have our own Christian television network, both on digital platforms and on what's left of satellite. And I don't know what the satellite, I know satellite for sure. I don't know about cable, but that's in the works. So you have partnership with the president, partnership with Kenneth Copeland Ministries, among others, but that's new, and partnership with Real America's Voice, and the future launch of Real America's Faith and Family, national media expansion into millions of homes, hundreds of thousands for sure. Now, millions potentially, but I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of actual viewers. Number 4, play the Pittsburgh video.
God made a covenant with us. He's going to give us the whole earth. God's not coming back for a weak, sick, defeated church. He's coming back for a glorious church without spot or wrinkle, a victorious church. The greatest move of God that has ever hit planet Earth is happening right now. And I'm not watching it happen. I'm in it right now with you. I see revival sweeping over this earth before Jesus. Let's build something together for Jesus Christ. So that is probably the biggest thing we have going on right now, which is the acquisition of a massive space right near where I'm at right now. So this would be Bible college and office only, and maybe eventually Bible college only and move the offices there. I don't know. That's in the future. But what this is going to enable us to do, it is amazing that this church, between the hit pieces on the media and moving locations and
a lot of stuff I won't get into that was designed to force us to not exist anymore. We not only survived it, we have over tripled since our launch 3.5 years ago. And I'm talking average attendance. We obviously, if you're going to count our biggest meetings, we've broken 3,000 and 2,000 and for special meetings. But I'm talking about Sundays. On Sundays, we've broken 1,000 several times. But we're hovering at about, when I was out of town this last week, we were bumping right up at just under 900 unique individual attendance between the two services. But now, and that's with people having to wait an hour after church to get shuttled to parking. This is enough parking for everybody. And it is very important. I have no church that's my favorite of the ones we've started. I love them all very much. But the headquarter church needs to be strong. You don't want a bunch of okay churches. One needs to be amazing. And then that'll bring the others up rather than all at like a mid-tier level. And Pittsburgh is where it needs to lead the way. That's the headquarter church. It's the oldest one, and it was important to fight that and win. So I believe together, when we move in there very quickly, debt-free, it's going to be a massive faith inspiration to other pastors in America. I think you and I together are already doing that, because people know we don't have a huge ministry compared to like Willow Creek or whatever large church you want to name in America. We don't have that amount of people yet, but we're financially and land acquisition, etc. We move at that level, and so it inspires younger pastors about what's possible. That you don't have to say stuff like, I know, obviously we're just starting out, we won't have our own building. And no, your faith is a testimony and an inspiration to a lot of people. So when we turn the key on that place, we'll be debt-free. We'll be all back together again in Pittsburgh, and that will be massive. And so if you're someone that's interested in that, and I'm not gonna use tonight for that, but you know what? I will use tonight for that. I'm going to read you something I wrote that I'm getting ready to mail out to all our partners, but I'll say it to you first. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Russell Johnson and I are going to join forces and start Revival Today Global Pursuit. I don't know if anybody has heard this until right now. Revival Today. Oh, apparently we have. You should get Russell's picture on there too. I know he just told you guys. But different than how things have been, you had like faceless corporate denominations that you didn't, and then you had individual ministries where you come under me, you come under Russell. But Russell and I are going to do a partnership. His Bible college is going to be the West Coast Bible College. Our Bible college is going to be the East Coast Bible College. And then Pastor Stefano Gesualdi of Good News Chapel in Montreal with my sister Jessica, they're going to be the Canadian element of it. So if you're in Canada and want to go to Bible school, and obviously everybody has their own flavor and flow, but we all have the same doctrine and believe the same things. And I have noticed a major leadership drought in the body of Christ. So we are going to formalize this. What's up, Bridget, Candace? What's up, Amber? What's up, everybody? Everybody's on. Love to have you on. We're going to formalize this at Breakthrough in Ministry in November. And I just had a pastor call me today that has the largest church in his region of his state. And there's a major problem with the group he's with that deals with sexual immorality and cover up. And he's done. So we're not looking to steal people away. But as we know, there has been a major shaking that has come on a lot of ministerial fellowships and denominations. And you don't meet a lot of people right now that are proud of whatever group they're a part of. I'm a part of this, I don't really go to the meetings anymore. People are looking for leadership. They don't have to, but they are. And we're going to provide it. We're not going to be a minister. First of all, there's no money that has to be, Russell's not paying me. I'm not paying him. This is not multi-level marketing or a pyramid scheme. This is covenant partnership of like-minded ministries with an authority structure, with a vision. What no eye has seen as our camp meeting, Breakthrough in Ministry, whatever Pastor Russell wants to do out in Seattle, whatever, of course, Pastor Russell will be with me in Arizona for those dates. Can you put that up? Do we have the venue yet? We'll have it tomorrow. November 11th through the 14th, Breakthrough in Ministry. Pastor Russell's going to be there, so you can get him on the new graphic when you get the everything finalized with the venue. That's going to be in Arizona, not the worst place to be in November. And we're going to finalize it. If churches are coming under, we have 4. Russell's about to have 5. Pastor Steve up in Canada has 3 with more on the way. And that vision that Bishop Dag talked about of 100 churches, we're going to hit it quick. And it's not so we can say we have 100 churches. It's not so 100 churches can kick 1% of their revenue up to me. It's not that. It's to make a move in the United States of America while the winds at our back. This is a time to make moves. Revival Today, Global Pursuit. We're going to license ministers. We're going to credential ministers. We're going to be an actual covering for churches. You know, if the Department of Health tells you to shut your church down, wouldn't it be nice to have the people that are over you are for you staying open, not siding with the Department of Health to make sure you shut down so we don't get in any trouble? If you want to make a move in your ministry and in life, this is going to be for people that want to make moves and shake things up with standards. We're not going to have alcohol flowing and sexual immorality. We're going to be a clean, holy, soul-winning, impactful, signs and wonders group. And I believe it's going to be powerful. That's right, Kristen. Number 10, Adalis' women's mentorship, empowering women internationally now. And I believe, how many are in her women's mentorship group now? I know it's 3,000 plus, right?
31,000.
No, whoa. 3,100?
Sorry, yeah, 3,100.
3,100. How much?
3,127.
3,127 women that are signed up. It started with 20 or 40. No, Andre said, is Revival Today Ministerial Association evolving into this, or is this a separate initiative? No, it's evolving into it. He's joining his network. I'm joining mine, Pastor Steve. So if people are in Canada, we don't have to do legal gymnastics to get them to America. There's a Bible college in Canada now, and we'll keep going, keep growing. And I believe it'll break that like competitive spirit that's in denominations, and not all of them, but a lot of them, because there's not one guy at the top. Obviously, there has to be a leader, which is me, but there's a co-leader. There's a 1A and 1B, and 1C in Canada. And so it's not going to be like things have been. Number 11. Revival Today Church, Arizona. Picture, packed in a handful of weeks. And that back wall, we are making plans to knock it out. And if you're watching from Arizona, it has been a wild ride together. Powerful place. There's Hector out in the distance. What a great volunteer team there, and great people. Good to see you, Pastor Cal. There's BJ Putnam's been a huge blessing. Great team there on the platform. Number 12. Do you have a Feed the Hungry video? This is what you do every day, in case you forgot.
Hello, Revival Today. Stefan here from Nicaragua. So blessed by the work you're doing to reach out to the least, the last, and the lost. This is a community, Los Brasiles. They've suffered a lot over the years with the instability of the political situation here and the depressed economy, and now migration of professionals and people that are able to provide services like doctors and clinicians. This community is a feeding center for every child every day. You're providing a daily meal for these kids. Today's a special day. You might see this playground in the back. Part of the ministry of Feed the Hungry is to provide a full life. A full life feels good, and that's just not a full belly. But the meals that you send here to Nicaragua and to 30 nations around the world are a little key that opens up great big doors. You're sending more than a meal. You're sending the life of Jesus, which includes joy, laughter, and play. We sent this playground down with one of our shipping containers full of food, and today's the big celebration day dedication, giving the lives of these children in this community over to Jesus as we dedicate this playground in this place that's going to serve these kids for years to come. God bless you and thank you, and may the Lord bless you 1,000 times more for what you have done in His name. Jesus said, I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. You surely have.
5,000 kids a day. That we, what is that, 30,000 a month we pay? which is the most of any ministry. So I don't bring that up all the time, but just so you know, and I'm not knocking this at all. And Adalis wants to do this in Pittsburgh. But you have people say, what have you done for the community? The suburbs of Pittsburgh, I don't feel, need the same kind of help that rural Nicaragua does. Who in Pittsburgh is going 2 days without food? Judging from the size of everybody, nobody. Myself included. People are asking about Adalis' women's mentorship group. Pop it up. It's not in person. It's online and it's free. Revival Today Women's Mentorship, open to all women worldwide. You can join at rtcregister.com. 5,000 children every day. Many of them eat their only meal for the day because of you. Now, 13, let's get to the finances. Has anybody heard rumors of ministries that are laying off people or doing massive cutbacks because of the tariffs and the economies? What's going on in the economy and uncertainty? So far this year, with a third of the year to go, we have taken in $21,375,386.72. Projecting, now last year we hit 31 million. This year, conservatively, Patrick's projecting 34.2 million, which will obviously be our largest intake to date. And like he wrote, will likely adjust upward. We've taken in about 21.4 million through, and August isn't finished yet. So probably about 22 million. We have given $3,773,278.51 has already been given out. 3.23 million in tithes and offerings and 536,000 in benevolence. So that, what will we be on pace for? We'll probably give close to $6 million away this year. 5.5 to other ministries, other ministers. We support over 20 ministries and leaders consistently. Feed the Hungry, Bishop Dag Haywood Mills, $20,000 a month, not $10 a month. Or churches I grew up in, they had the missionaries they support.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products at the X5 X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
We have the launch of our Revival Today Crusade Evangelism team, which I'm going to use that word. This will be the last time you see this graphic. I came up with a name, and this is going to be tied in with Revival Today Global Pursuit. Obviously, everything is going to be tied in with that. ANAGKAZO, anagazo, which is Greek for compelling power. I like that name, the one Bishop Dag uses, to compel people to come into the kingdom. Anagazo, taking soul winning nationwide with a dedicated evangelistic strike force. So our goal going into next year, when the weather clears after winter, is we're going to start large-scale crusade evangelism. Not yelling at people in the city, not that we have a right to hold church services outside. We already have those rights. I'm talking not railing against the government, reaching the lost. Like many of you that were a part of us back in the Festival of Life days, but we're going to take it to another level, and we're going to buy our own stage, sound, and trucks. So you're looking at about $350,000. And I will say this, in case anybody has this question. I haven't totally monitored the comments. The only thing I haven't addressed is the bank we're starting, which is still going, but I don't have that. If Kamala had won the election, I would have that as a top priority. But I don't know if you saw that President Trump did an executive order that you cannot debank people based on political or religious beliefs. So we will still get that done under his administration while it's favorable, but it's not that's not top priority anymore. Where under Biden it was, because people were getting debanked. But we will have it. But that's why, if you haven't heard of that, that's why I have that behind the building of the churches and the evangelistic, because it's not an emergency with the banking like it was under the previous administration. So that evangelistic equipment is going to be about $350,000. And so if you have been praying about wanting to do something, you know, the economy's ripping. Obviously, it doesn't rip uniformly for everybody. But there are people who have had a major blessing. We have a church in French Canada. Melanie, my brother-in-law and sister pastor there. Good to see you from Mexico. If you've been praying about wanting to do something in a big way, I've told you what we have going on, and you've seen what we've done with it in the past, and you can get a pretty good idea of how we're going to do more in the future. So it would be, $100,000 seed. We have plenty to do with it, between the building of churches and the grabbing of the evangelistic equipment to take ground and win souls going into next year. I mean, imagine. I don't know how many people we have signed up for that event. We haven't made a big thing about the evangelistic thing because we were still picking out a name. But we're going to, we get 3,000 people signed up for that. We're going to have the ability to pack a place just from the helpers. It's going to be a big deal. And since we're doing transparency, I wanted to tell you this. 10 reasons your seed is safe in this soil. Number 1, explosive growth. Revival Today is on pace to exceed 34 million in 2025, proving this is a ministry with unstoppable momentum. Number 2, top-tier stewardship. The average U.S. church brings in $240,000 annually. Revival Today is in the top 0.1% of all churches nationwide when you deal with from a revenue standpoint. Number 3, generosity first. Already in 2025, we've had over $3.7 million sown as seed into missions, benevolence, ministers, and other ministries. Number 4, supporting the kingdom. More than 20 notable ministries and leaders are consistently funded, from Feed the Hungry to Kenneth Copeland Ministries to Crown Jesus Ministries in Belfast, Ireland, to Ben Kroski, who pastors in the Netherlands, $2,000 a month we send there. I mean, that's one of the top churches in Europe in a short amount of time. You are hooked up internationally when you sow here. 6, wise cost-saving decisions. From aircraft efficiencies to a better and cheaper Los Angeles location, stewardship ensures every dollar works harder for the gospel. I hope you know we're not wasting your money, flinging it around. I stay in nice hotels. I eat good food. I'm not going to die or have my legs sawed off to cut down and have pizza every day and Kentucky Fried Chicken. But that's not a waste. That's intentional. That's to live. And I'm on the road 49 weeks a year. I'm not living like I'm going to be in the witness protection program. So I'll get all that on the table. I stay in a suite at a nice hotel everywhere I go. But we're not wasting money. Number 7, expanding the workforce. 79 employees, 73 full-time, 6 part-time, serve the mission every day. While many ministries are shrinking in 2025, Revival Today is hiring and growing. We're not doing layoffs. Number 8, record partner giving. Giving has surged to record levels in 2025, confirming that partners see the eternal return on their investment. Number 9, total transparency. Real numbers are shared openly, not vague claims. Partners know exactly where their giving goes. Number 10, balanced kingdom priorities. Every dollar advances souls, discipleship, and growth. New buildings, Bible Institute, School of Worship, feeding children, supporting ministries, and launching the new Anagazo Crusade Evangelism Initiative. When you sow into Revival Today, you are planting in proven, fertile soil, a ministry that is growing, giving, stewarding, and reaching souls at the highest level. This is not just good ground, it is miracle-producing ground. One thing that I left out of this State of the Ministry address is the notable increase in signs and wonders that have been taking place in the meetings and salvations. And so all the way around, we don't measure our ministry by income. But it's like a double-edged sword, because if you tell people what's coming in, then you have people go, well, he's all about money. But then if you don't mention money, they say he's not transparent. He never tells us where the money's going or what comes in. So I'm telling you, and people can say whatever they want. I'm letting you know that if you've been giving here, as you've seen, we're making huge impact. Do you have the picture of what no eye has seen? I mean, this is a serious meeting. There's Fort Worth. And I'm going to tell you what Bishop Dagg told me in the green room. He said, this ministry is a miracle. I say, why do you say that? He said, because it exists. I said, what does that mean? He said, a lot of times people have ministries on pictures and videos, but if you actually go there, there's nothing there. And this has something. He said, there's a large church in Texas. There's a large church in Pittsburgh. There's a church in LA. There's a church in Arizona. It's real. And that was the point of doing the State of the Ministry address. We don't find a way to take photos at tight angles and cook numbers up. That news segment is real. The television's real. The churches are real. And many of you have been here to examine for yourself how real it is. And I'm glad you're a part of it. We used to have 2 partners. We grew to 8 partners. One day we hit 100 partners and celebrated. We had a goal to one day hit 1,000 partners. And now we have over 15,000 people, ministries, and businesses that sow into revival today. And I want to say thank you. What's up, Katie? Great job in Arizona. I want you to see the totality of what's going on, and I wanted to give you a peek about some things that are about to take place that even Miss Dallas doesn't know about yet. The worship school, etc. And I want to give you a chance, as I'm sure many of you want to do after hearing this, whether it's the evangelistic, crusade evangelism that hits your spirit, whether it's the building of the church in Pittsburgh, the building of the church in Arizona, the church in LA, the Bible school, whatever part of this ministry excites you, I want to give you the opportunity to sow seed. And do it knowing that as you give, as you've seen with us, you can take that down for the time being. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. Ephesians 6:8. Good to see you, James. Thank you. And thank everybody who has given. This isn't to try to get more out of you, but I know in seeing this, there's people that want to hit the final third of this year. What you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. I don't have in the natural the cash personally, me, Jonathan, to do what I'm looking to do right now. But I did have enough to change somebody else's life at their level. Buying a washing machine, putting their kids in private school.
Sixer. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm dedicated to it. I can't be stopped. Oy vey. Welcome back to the Ted Nugent Real America's Voice Spirit Campfire. You know, all campfires are great, but when you ingest spirituality into the physicality of a fire of freedom, I will be your host. Ted Nugent, Spirit Campfire. Tell everybody there is a Real America's Voice, because I know Joe Rogan, he's got a gazillion followers, right? Love Joe Rogan. What a strong man he is. I just can't stand that cage fighting. But why would you want to beat the living out of somebody for entertainment? Who would do that? Well, I understand the man in the arena, but you don't have to beat somebody up. You have to hurt people. I don't want to hurt people. Now, if you mess with me, if you threaten my life, I'll cut you in half. Remington 200 grain core locked 10 millimeter semi-jacketed hollow points from a Glock Model 20 or the other Model 29. Somebody asked me, do you carry a gun? Why would I carry a gun? That would be like carrying a bullet. Anyhow, the point is that I think cage fighting is insanity. I love you, Joe Rogan. I love you. What's the other guy's name? The guy that's going to put on the cage fight for the 250th birthday party on the lawn of the White House. What's his name? Sean Ryan, is that it? No, Sean something. What is it? Who is that guy? Okay, I went to the Las Vegas fight with Shemaine. It was our first date. I got her own room. We got married like a couple weeks later. It was awesome. Shemaine Nugent, this woman. You know, no matter my flaws, and there are many. Actually, right now I don't have any flaws. Well, I did yell at the dogs this morning. Shemaine said, calm the hell down. I do love my dogs, by the way, the Concord vet, great vet. By the way, speaking of dogs, this segment is brought to you by GetUncleTeds.com. Nutritional, natural supplements for dogs. Instead of the poison and the chemical warfare in the dog treat aisle where it's all deadly, that's why your dogs are dying when they're 9 or 10 years old. We got a mad scientist. Quality of life. It's all about quality of life. In the swamp this morning, it was a perfect morning in the swamps of Michigan, but it was beyond perfect because I had Sadie, Coco, and Jackson with me. And Jackson had some eye surgery. Thank you, Anthony, and everybody at the Concord Vet, because he runs like he's a maniac. He just plows wildly, uncontrollably into the nasty tangle pucker brush horror crap and scratching and cutting and bleeding. So they worked on his eye, so I got to keep him out of the pucker brush today. But GetUncleTeds.com. What's the best thing for your dog? The top picks, the pack. Go to GetUncleTeds.com. This stuff, I'm not kidding. Happiness can be gauged by the health and happiness of our dogs. You know it's true. By the way, before I introduce Stephen Miller in 6 minutes, if we can time it, Shahu's my technician. I love this guy. We're the only two black guys that work at RAV, I think. Anyhow, When we introduced Stephen Miller, which, by the way, I'm going to introduce Stephen Miller because I'm a good orator. In fact, I'm a great orator. When I do speeches at universities, even though they pull the fire alarms and they threaten my life, that was back in the 1990s. They were already getting stupid. They're on acid or meth or fentanyl or cocaine or heroin or something. Why would the zones for communication and debate be shut down for communications and debate, and then they kill Charlie Kirk because all he wants to do is share ideas. And you have to have the evidence to support your ideas. If you don't have the evidence, you can't shout somebody down and just call them names. If you have no evidence, you lost the debate, Pierce Morgan. Yikes. By the way, if you are neutral, you're not neutral, you're negative. Well, I don't like politics. Then you're negative. Then you're the welcome mat for evil policies. All Democrat policies evil, against the spirit of mankind, against quality of life, against goodwill and decency. Everything on the Democrat side is cruel. Mr. Manchin, Governor Josh Shapiro, how can you be on that team? It is a cruel, indecent, hateful, genocidal, maniacal, dishonest, corrupt, criminal side. Josh Shapiro, you're too good to be a Democrat, man. Mr. Manchin, you're just too good to be a Democrat. You can't say, well, I'm a member of the Klan, but I'm not a racist. No, Jimmy Kimmel said, I didn't blame anybody for this. Yet that's exactly what you did. You said it was the MAGA. Well, it is the MAGA that killed Charlie Kirk, but I didn't blame anybody. Yikes. Kamala Harris. Well, I'm not going to have Buttigieg as my vice president because he's gay. Well, why did you say you're not going to have Pete Buttigieg as your vice presidential candidate because he's gay? Why did you say that? Well, I didn't say I'm not going to have Pete Buttigieg as my vice president candidate because he's gay. I just knew that if he was gay, he'd be a bad choice. She said that. She said that. Jimmy Kimmel said I didn't blame anybody. When I saw the tape, he blamed MAGA. Well, I blame MAGA, but I didn't point fingers. That's what pointing fingers is, you numbnut. You are out of your mind, Jimmy. You have lost your soul. The other side is too easy to crush. None of them will debate me on any subject. By the way, Steve Rinella, I love you, meat eater. I'm a meat eater, you're a meat eater. I'm going to have a shirt say, I am Steve Rinella. Or maybe he should have one say, I am Ted Nugent, except he can't say I'm Ted Nugent. Because he said, if I made a hamburger out of CWD positive venison, I'd like to find somebody who denied CWD and they would eat it. Steve, that's not what we're doing. We're not denying the existence of CWD. You sound like Howard Stern, Steve. I love you, Steve. He's done a great job promoting the perfection of resource stewardship and conservation, except that you sound like Howard Stern. Nobody's denying CWD. Nobody denied COVID existed. We're saying that it's a scam because more deer will die on the highways of Michigan today, one day, than all confirmed deaths by chronic wasting disease. Steve, it's not about eating the venison, which, by the way, it's always fatal. You don't know that. In order to know that it's always fatal, you'd have to find out how many deer were killed by hunters that had CWD and we ate them and were still alive. You'll want to debate that. By the way, Steve Rinella said he's going to come to Texas and we're going to talk about conservation and Fred Bear and the spirit of the wild and the perfection of wild game as the ultimate diet. And then he said, well, we'll have a debate about CWD. Steve, you're going to lose. Nobody said we're going to eat confirmed CWD venison. That's not the test. That's not what's at stake here. What's at stake is that it's a scam. So now I'm going to introduce the greatest orator, the greatest speech I've ever witnessed, by Stephen Miller. These are just some of his highlights at the Charlie Kirk funeral, but also Shahu. In post-production, before we play Stephen Miller's brilliant oration, is that what that is? Oratorness? He's a great orator. He's a great speaker, great speech. We're going to play Jackson the Wonder Dog howling with his daddy in my Can-Am from the Peacock Baldwin area Fox Power Sports. Watch Jackson and Daddy howl and celebrate another day in the life of America, gift from God. And then we're going to watch Stephen Miller express what's in the heart and soul of every conscientious, good American. Good, loving, caring, empathetic, passionate, working hard, playing hard American. Stephen Miller is my hero, and Jackson is going to introduce him right now when Jackson and Daddy howl, and then we're going to have Stephen Miller howl right here on the Ted Nugent Spirit Campfire, Real America's Voice. Can't get away from it unless you're an absolute spineless dip. Really, I love you people. All right, take it away, Jackson.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry.
For folks like me who don't agree and ain't ever gonna change, and it gets me thinking, leave this long.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
He says what everyone else is thinking.
I'm dedicated to it. I can't be stopped. Oy vey! Welcome back to the Ted Nugent Real America's Voice Spirit Campfire. You know, all campfires are great, but when you ingest spirituality into the physicality of a fire of freedom, I will be your host. Ted Nugent, Spirit Campfire. Tell everybody no, there is a Real America's Voice, because I know Joe Rogan, he's got a gazillion followers, right? Love Joe Rogan. What a strong man he is. I just can't stand that cage fighting. But why would you want to beat the living out of somebody for entertainment? Who would do that? Well, I understand the man in the arena, but you don't have to beat somebody up. You hurt people. I don't want to hurt people. Now, if you mess with me, if you threaten my life, I'll cut you in half. Remington 200 grain core locked 10 millimeter semi-jacketed hollow points from a Glock Model 20 or the other Model 29. Somebody asked me, do you carry a gun? Why would I carry a gun? That would be like carrying a bullet. Anyhow, the point is that I think cage fighting is insanity. I love you, Joe Rogan. I love you. What's the other guy's name? The guy that's going to put on the cage fight for the 250th birthday party on the lawn of the White House. What's his name? Sean Ryan, is that it? No, Sean something. What is it? Who is that guy? Okay, I went to the Las Vegas fight with Shemaine. It was our first date. I got her own room. We got married like a couple weeks later. It was awesome. Shemaine Nugent, this woman. You know, no matter my flaws, and there are many. Actually, not right now, I don't have any flaws. Well, I did yell at the dogs this morning. Shemaine said, calm the hell down. I do love my dogs. Which way, by the way, the Concord vet, great vet. By the way, speaking of dogs, this segment is brought to you by GetUncleTeds.com. Nutritional, natural supplements for dogs. Instead of the poison and the chemical warfare in the dog treat aisle where it's all deadly, that's why your dogs are dying when they're 9 or 10 years old. We got a mad scientist. Quality of life. It's all about quality of life. In the swamp this morning, it was a perfect morning in the swamps of Michigan, but it was beyond perfect because I had Sadie, Coco, and Jackson with me. Jackson had some eye surgery. Thank you, Anthony, and everybody at the Concord vet, because he runs like he's a maniac. He just plows wildly, uncontrollably into the nasty tangle pucker brush horror crap and scratching and cutting and bleeding. So they worked on his eye, so I got to keep him out of the pucker brush today. But GetUncleTeds.com. What's the best thing for your dog? The top picks, the pack. Go to GetUncleTeds.com. This stuff, I'm not kidding. Happiness can be gauged by the health and happiness of our dogs. You know it's true. By the way, before I introduce Stephen Miller in 6 minutes, If we can time it, Shahu's my technician. I love this guy. We're the only two black guys that work at RAV, I think. Anyhow, when we introduced Stephen Miller, which, by the way, I'm going to introduce Stephen Miller because I'm a good orator. In fact, I'm a great orator. When I do speeches at universities, even though they pull the fire alarms and they threaten my life, that was back in the 1990s. They were already getting stupid. They're on acid or meth or fentanyl or cocaine or heroin or something. Why would the zones for communication and debate be shut down for communications and debate, and then they kill Charlie Kirk because all he wants to do is share ideas? And you have to have the evidence to support your ideas. If you don't have the evidence, you can't shout somebody down and just call them names. If you have no evidence, you lost the debate, Pierce Morgan. Yikes. By the way, if you are neutral, you're not neutral, you're negative. Well, I don't like politics. Then you're negative. Then you're the welcome mat for evil policies. All Democrat policies evil, against the spirit of mankind, against quality of life, against goodwill and decency. Everything on the Democrat side is cruel. Mr. Manchin, Governor Josh Shapiro, how can you be on that team? It is a cruel, indecent, hateful, genocidal, maniacal, dishonest, corrupt, criminal side. Josh Shapiro, you're too good to be a Democrat, man. Mr. Manchin, you're just too good to be a Democrat. You can't say, well, I'm a member of the Klan, but I'm not a racist. No, Jimmy Kimmel said, I didn't blame anybody for this. Yet that's exactly what you did. You said it was the MAGA. Well, it is the MAGA that killed Charlie Kirk, but I didn't blame anybody. Yikes. Kamala Harris. Well, I'm not going to have Buttigieg as my vice president because he's gay. Well, why did you say you're not going to have Pete Buttigieg as your vice presidential candidate because he's gay? Why did you say that? Well, I didn't say I'm not going to have Pete Buttigieg as my vice president candidate because he's gay. I just knew that if he was gay, he'd be a bad choice. She said that. She said that. Jimmy Kimmel said I didn't blame anybody. When I saw the tape, he blamed MAGA. Well, I blamed MAGA, but I didn't point fingers. That's what pointing fingers is, you numbnut. You are out of your mind, Jimmy. You have lost your soul. The other side is too easy to crush. None of them will debate me on any subject. By the way, Steve Rinella, I love you, meat eater. I'm a meat eater, you're a meat eater. I'm going to have a shirt say, I am Steve Rinella. Or maybe he should have one say, I am Ted Nugent, except he can't say I'm Ted Nugent. Because he said, if I made a hamburger out of CWD positive venison, I'd like to find somebody who denied CWD and they would eat it. Steve, that's not what we're doing. We're not denying the existence of CWD. You sound like Howard Stern, Steve. I love you, Steve. He's done a great job promoting the perfection of resource stewardship and conservation, except that you sound like Howard Stern. Nobody's denying CWD. Nobody denied COVID existed. We're saying that it's a scam because more deer will die on the highways of Michigan today, one day, than all confirmed deaths by chronic wasting disease. Steve, it's not about eating the venison, which, by the way, it's always fatal. You don't know that. In order to know that it's always fatal, you'd have to find out how many deer were killed by hunters that had CWD and we ate them and were still alive. You'll want to debate that. By the way, Steve Rinella said he's going to come to Texas and we're going to talk about conservation and Fred Bear and the spirit of the wild and the perfection of wild game as the ultimate diet. And then he said, well, we'll have a debate about CWD. Steve, you're going to lose. Nobody said we're going to eat confirmed CWD venison. That's not the test. That's not what's at stake here. What's at stake is that it's a scam. So now I'm going to introduce the greatest orator, the greatest speech I've ever witnessed, by Stephen Miller. These are just some of his highlights at the Charlie Kirk funeral, but also Shahu. In post-production, before we play Stephen Miller's brilliant oration, is that what that is? Oratorness? He's a great orator. He's a great speaker, great speech. We're going to play Jackson the Wonder Dog howling with his daddy in my Can-Am from the Peacock Baldwin area Fox Power Sports. Watch Jackson and Daddy howl and celebrate another day in the life of America, gift from God. And then we're going to watch Stephen Miller express what's in the heart and soul of every conscientious, good American. Good, loving, caring, empathetic, passionate, working hard, playing hard American. Stephen Miller is my hero, and Jackson is going to introduce him right now when Jackson and Daddy howl, and then we're going to have Stephen Miller howl right here on the Ted Nugent Spirit Campfire, Real America's Voice. Can't get away from it unless you're an absolute spineless dip. Really, I love you people. All right, take it away, Jackson.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark.
And it gets me thinking, leave this long-haired country boy alone. And I start singing along to that line in the song.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
He says what everyone else is thinking.
I'm dedicated to it. I can't be stopped. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Hey, everybody, it's Ted Nugent. They had to beep out that middle name, but that's what it is. It's Ted Nugent. Standing up for truth, not just standing up, I'm pile driving. Truth, logic, and common sense. Thank you for your support. Let's go to another catastrophic nightmare of power abuse, oath violating, corruption, and criminality. Now, I'm not talking about Texas Parks and Wildlife right now. Actually, I am talking about Texas Parks and Wildlife. Actually, I'm talking about every game agency in America, none of which have all game regulations based on science. Most of it is based on the hash bash in Ann Arbor. Well, we have an emergency overpopulation of deer, so we have to have a season on Saturday and Sunday. The danger isn't over. The overpopulation hasn't been remedied, but we're going to stop the treatment for the overpopulation. You people are out of your minds. And you know who else is out of their minds? Everybody in the Canadian government. Only the guilty need to feel guilty, but I hear a 99% squirm going on up north. So the ostrich farm in British Columbia, somebody called in, just like they called in, Ted Nugent's got bait on his farm. You're damn right I do, because I'm a free American and I can throw corn wherever the hell I want to. Nobody has control over where I might throw corn unless it's downtown in your face. That's the only control you have over me, where I throw corn, if I actually throw it in someone's face. And I would never do that, because I'm a very conscientious, considerate, polite, caring young man. Well, maybe an old man. So up in British Columbia, the jackbooted thugs were going to go in and kill all this farm's ostriches. Ostrich, it's meat. Long-legged, funny, goofy-looking bird meat. And some of their birds were dying from the avian flu, the bird flu, which I'm not believing for a minute. But all their other ostriches were perfectly healthy, but the Canadian government's going to come in and kill them all. And this lady is so smart. By the way, Dr. Oz, and I forget who else intervened, maybe J.D. Vance. They said, you can bring the ostriches to America. People should be allowed to have an ostrich farm, or a deer farm, or a cattle farm, or an Amish natural organic raw milk farm. Somebody write it down. So instead of slaughtering these people's pet ostriches in British Columbia, the lady went, you know, God, you got to love the Native Americans. Put that Pocahontas back on the butter, would you please? Put Aunt Jemima back on the syrup. Have they done that yet, you numbnuts? Well, you're racist to have this successful black woman on a syrup. No, you're a racist for taking it off, you dirtbag. What? I think before you become a liberal, someone sneaks into your house, does a lobotomy, and takes a dump in your skull. And instead of having a brain, you have feces soup for a brain. The words flow like a good dump after too much Mexican food. Did you get the verbiage flows like a good dump after an excessive Mexican meal? I love Mexican meals. Mi Tierras in San Antonio. There's so many great Mexican restaurants. Anyhow, but if you eat too much Mexican, you get some serious squirting going on. Especially all those jalapenos. We're just not made for that. I had a javelina taco down in Juarez. I can't believe I got out of there alive. I had a Walther PPK in my pocket, and they wanted to give me a $10 fine for driving in the wrong lane. There was no lanes. It's out of control. The drug cartel, Mexican government gangsters, they're just strong-arm people for $10. These people have no soul. These people are like mental midgets. So I gave them $10. They didn't find the Walther PPK, and I drove out of the back across the border. Boy, I was lucky. They'd have shot me dead. All you federales, here's one for you right there. Hey, federale, you might want to perch and spin on that little beauty. Anyhow, I'm sure my RAV team, maybe Shahu, will be in charge of beeping out certain words and maybe fogging away the finger. What if I did this finger? Would you have to fog that out? How about that finger? How about this? You have to fog that out? How about this finger? Is that a bad finger? You can only fog out that finger. What's with that? That's just a finger. Is this not the only real America's voice? Which, by the way, I asked Parker Sig to send me a list of all the wonderful hosts and shows on Real America's Voice, because they're all great. Steve Bannon, Shemaine Nugent, Faith and Freedom, Steve Gruber. Wasn't Charlie Kirk a Real America's Voice guy? Wasn't he a Real America? I was not aware of that, because somehow, I always know what bands are on stage with me, what bands are opening for me, what bands I'm on tour with. How come I don't know all the bands on my RAV tour? Come on, guys, send me the name of all the ravers, because I like to rave about my fellow ravers. Because if they're on Real America's Voice, they are indeed Real America's Voice. I love these people. Not to be confused with Howard Stern, this guy. Oh, Howard, you are such a dork. Anyhow, so the ostriches in British Columbia, leave the damn ostriches alone, please. Texas Parks and Wildlife, leave the deer farms alone, would you please? Well, chronic wastage disease, it means nothing. Do you know there have been millions of deer that have died from episodic hemorrhagic disease, but there's an outfit that has the cure called EH Defense. You should go there. It's called deernecessity.com. So that my team is going to put that on the screen. Deernecessity.com. In Ohio, they're actually reevaluating the bag limit this year for white-tailed deer, because thousands of deer in Virginia, West Virginia, some in Michigan, but mostly Ohio and Iowa and Illinois and Kansas, episodic hemorrhagic disease. As the water lines recede, this little midge population explodes, and they bite a deer, and it kills them within 72 hours. This is a great product. It's called deernecessity.com. Go, all you people want to save your deer. I don't care if you even don't own land. I started out in the Manistee National Forest. I would plant pine trees and apple trees and pear trees and autumn olives. Well, autumn olives, invasive species. So is a ringneck pheasant. So is the Hungarian partridge. So are chukars, and they're a benefit. Jeez, can anybody in bureaucracies think? I'd like to smack them up. Think, you dirtbag, think! deernecessity.com. We can mitigate natural disease. We got the New World screwworm threatening to decimate the beef production. Coming across the Mexican border, my God, what a hellhole Mexico is. Good grief, what a bunch of dirtbags. Anyhow, I'm celebrating the greatest hunting season of my life. Let's talk about conservation. Here's what you have the right. You have the right to put this out. Whitetailproductsgonewild.com. We're going to put it on the screen. Whitetailproductsgonewild.com. Just put this is my and Aaron and Nikki's custom blend. The deer, the turkey, the woodchucks, the ducks, the pheasant, the quail, the doves, the sandhill cranes, everything, squirrels, rabbits, but the deer love this stuff. And when the deer come to this stuff that they love, thump, I'm reducing the population, mitigating disease and habitat destruction by eating venison. Venison. Steve Ranella, you are a good meat eater, but when you discuss CWD with me, you're going to lose because more deer will be killed by Buicks than CWD. So once again, I'm going to introduce the greatest orator, the most exciting, moving, passionate, meaningful speech I have ever witnessed, and I've witnessed some great ones. I've delivered some great ones. Stephen Miller, we love you. God gave you a gift. Your wife is a gift. You're a gift to your wife. You're a gift to America. You are a force to reckon with. Once again, watch Stephen Miller express irrefutable truth, logic, and common sense, and not in a Mitt Romney tie-adjusting pablum style, with force and believability and authority. Stephen Miller at Charlie Kirk's memorial, he delivered what I consider to be the greatest speech of all times. I'll be back in a minute with more Ted Nugent Truth, Logic, and Common Sense, which is always entertaining and fascinating, if nothing else. Thank you. Drive safely.
You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing. Nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation, and we will defend this world. We will defend goodness. We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us, because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil. And we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good. And we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Everybody loves the American campfire. Don't you hear it calling your name? Everybody loves the American campfire.
All right, I've been just given the green light, the go-ahead, as if I need anybody to give me a green light or a go-ahead. My name is Ted Nugent. God created me in his image and likeness, and he gave me 2 middle fingers, and they never go to sleep. They're on 24/7, 365, 76.9. That's 76.9 years. About to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the only experiment in self-government in the history of the world. That's why I am Charlie Kirk. You should be Charlie Kirk. It's as simple as fixing the idiots. Now, Charlie was more genteel than I am because I don't believe in Mitt Romney. I don't adjust my tie. In fact, I don't own a tie. I had to borrow my brother Jeff's tie for my first communion and my confirmation. What they confirmed, I have no idea. But here I am wearing the armor of God. It is September 2025, and I am your venison backstrap Spirit of the Wild Daddy. Spirit of the Wild TV on the Pursuit channel 8 times a week, and I'm a riot. If you're not having fun with me, you're weird. Shemaine Nugent's Queen of the Forest, just like her Faith and Freedom on Real America's Voice, is Truth, Logic, and Common Sense. And talking about Truth, Logic, and Common Sense, Hook and Barrel Magazine, John Ranzuela came up with a great piece that I wrote. It's called The Sober City Madman. And if you're not clean and sober, you can't possibly have as much fun as I'm having, because I'm high on hands-on conservation participation, morally sound, scientifically supported, which is why I have Zach Haas, a scientifically supporting biologist. And Zach, welcome to the Spirit Campfire. Do you feel the effervescent masculinity spirit of the Ted Nugent Unique Campfire? Do you celebrate it, Zach?
Absolutely. I feel it loud and clear.
You know, Zach, how old are you?
I'm 37.
37, just a child. When I was 37, I owned the air on planet Earth. I was like Bruce Lee with at the time, a Smith & Wesson 6.5-inch Blue Model 29 shooting Remington 240 grain soft point. Anyhow, my point being is that I've spent an entire lifetime with wildlife. I didn't read it in books. I didn't go to college because I knew that there might be some brainwashing in the horizon. So here's the fact I'm going to give you. God bless your dedication to the biology of God's miracle. That's what it is. It's science. It's biology. It's tangible. It's describable. It's functional. But my name is Ted Nugent. I wrote Wango Tango, and I meant it. Even with those credentials, how's this for a horror story, Zach Haas? I, the guitar player, know more about wildlife than anybody in any game agency in the United States of America, because they get it from a computer screen and a propaganda ministry. I get it from a swamp and a marsh and a fen and real wildlife habitat. What happened to wildlife game departments in America, Zach?
They've overlooked it, right? It's all about the money chasing nowadays rather than the science. And unfortunately, I went to school with a lot of the people that are in the agencies now, and they lost their way too. And that's why I always worked on the private side of the spectrum and focused on my conservation and what my dad taught me to focus on habitat, focus on the wildlife, and leave everything better, than the way we found it.
And that's the mantra of I share campfires every weekend, July, August, September, October, into Thanksgiving. And I've done it with our sunrise safaris for the last 40 plus years. And I get what you just said, Zach, genuine love affair, a moral obligation to understand our cause and effect on wildlife ground, because I'm the only guy, and again, I'm the author of Wango Tango, but I'm the only guy who has expressed to the non-hunting public who have been brainwashed to hate murderers of innocent animals when I tell them, if you have clean air, soil, and water, you have to thank a hunter, a fisherman, and a trapper. Because our goal isn't to kill stuff. Our goal is to optimize the carrying capacity and health, the biodiversity of wildlife habitat, which is the only source of clean air, soil, and water. Is that not it in a nutshell? From a guitar player
100%.
to a biologist?
Without a doubt, 100%. I mean, I was raised on you, Ted, and my dad was a big conservationist, and I got taught that early on. Is all about treating the land right, respecting the animals that we harvest, and honestly, that's what I'm passing on to my nephews, my son, and that's why I taught hunter safety, and it's why I continued as a land manager now to help property owners get the best of what they can on their land.
So you're up in Minnesota, land of Tim Walsh. That's got to be painful. I'm in Michigan, land.
Luckily, I'm in Wisconsin, but it's no better because we were in the land of beavers, which isn't any better.
So not just Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, Kansas, Ohio, Indiana, it's all a cluster crank. It's just unbelievable how dishonest the game departments are. In our 5 minutes that we have left here, number one, thanks for coming on. Thanks for being brave enough to stand up in the spotlight to genuinely and heartfeltly, scientifically support the criticism of game departments. What would you say is the top 2 or 3 failures of game departments, not just Wisconsin? I've seen it with the CWD scam. In Michigan, CWD scam. You have more sandhill cranes than you know what to do with. You're allowed to kill them, but not eat them. So it's against the law to respect and eat a ribeye in the sky. So I could go on. But from your point of view as a trained and a credentialed hands-on biologist, not just credentialed from a propaganda ministry, but a functional outdoorsman, what would you say should be spotlighted with game departments against nature?
Yeah, I mean, my biggest thing is they're so focused on figuring out what the problem is, but never the solution. And that's why the EHD, for instance, that's why I focused on EHD and figuring out the true in-field solutions rather than getting stuck in a laboratory. And I've seen that when I was dealing with pond and lake management. Our agency was always so focused on you might have a solution, but first we got to test it for 10 years. Well, by that time, it's already too big of a problem and we're behind the 8 ball. And that's the same thing we're seeing with everything that's related to conservation and habitat is why are we not going in the field and putting money and dollars into people's hands to actually fix problems rather than just talking about it and really not doing anything about it.
You know, I've been promoting this product because there are some mad scientists out there in the hunting world. That's why you have the best optics, the best arrows, the best broadheads, the best ammo, the best rifles, the best clothing, the best boots, the best scent control, the best supplemental feed, the best food plots. It's the best it's ever been. I'm 77 this year, and these are the good old days if you use your head and circumvent the corruption in the game departments. But DeerNecessity.com have created this treatment for wetlands and surrounding areas to mitigate the midge explosion that has created EHD. Do you think that that's a good system? And it came from the private sector, not the bureaucrats.
Yeah, 100%. Like I've been working and using these products and testing them for over a decade. I was a biologist for 20 years, and I've been able to, in a way, protect my herds and my client herds and people I meet by using the sound science and field experience I had by using EHD fence, putting it into process and restoring ecosystems rather than just watching them, sitting on the wayside, sit on your butt and watching them fail. I want to make sure that I can do what I can with like a product like EHD fence and give my deer everything they need to survive and flourish.
You know, there's so many atrocities. Well, there's an emergency overpopulation of deer, so you can shoot some does on Saturday and Sunday, but the emergency is over for a week. The emergency starts next week. Why 2 days? If there's an emergency overpopulation, let us kill them and sell it and process them for soup kitchens and homeless shelters. Why does the guitar player know the answer, but the bureaucrats fight me? What is going on with that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, well, it's because obviously it's all political based, right? I mean, people like us, we just want to go and handle it and make sure. And like for me, like I have a bunch of nephews, I have a son, and I want to protect everything I enjoyed, through my hunting career and my, everyone that I known and everything like that. I want to make sure they have just as much fun and able to harvest, provide for their families just like I did.
Well, God bless you for standing up, but people are tuning into the Ted Nugent Spirit Campfire and our Spirit of the Wild TV show on the Pursuit Channel because I inject this stuff. It's not just all the sweet pie stuff and all the cautious stuff and all the genteel stuff. We know that God created this system by which we have reproductivity with a natural season of harvest before the death of winter, where the habitat will not support the animals through the winter. So we harvest the surplus so the habitat will support it. Why hasn't this sentence ever been said in a school in America? Why does the guitar player have to say this stuff, but no biologist from a game department? And that's it in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, it's even like all these classes and stuff. Like I was a hunter safety instructor for 13 years. And like I did a trapper course last year because I wanted to finally get my certification. My dad was a trapper forever. You get taught so much more stuff there. But yeah, like all my schooling, they never looked at the conservation side of it. It was just like the political studies side of it. Here's the rules and regulations. But once again, never focusing on in-field solutions. That was never really a discussion. It was like, well, here's your fancy laboratory testing tools, but that's where we're going to leave you. So good luck. They slap on your butt and away you go.
So, Zach, thank you for that. We're going to do this again because you have a lot of wisdom and a lot of experience, but here it is in a nutshell. There's so many nutshells out there, I'm crushing them underfoot. So the people in Detroit voted that the #1 game bird in the world is a songbird. So we can't hunt doves, though we produce more doves than all the quail, woodcock, grouse, and pheasants combined. But they call it a songbird. So you know what I'm doing, Zach? I'm hunting doves because it's not a songbird. Zach Haas, have the greatest hunting season of your life. Thanks for joining me on the Spirit Campfire. And everybody out there, I love you people. Remember, we are all Charlie Kirk because we stand up for truth, logic, and common sense.
With some dude in a Prius wouldn't flip me off. Guess my redneck hit 'em wrong. Seems like everyone these days is a ticking time bomb full of hate for folks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
If the church in America don't wake up and start fighting for the faith, we're going to look up and the Bible is going to become illegal. You better be careful how you vote. The Bible is going to become illegal. Everything is going to be hate speech. They're going to attack these gatherings, tell us we can't come to. I'm telling you, if we keep acting like pansy wasters, if we keep tucking our tails, if we keep just sucking our thumbs and having church and sing a dumb song and leave and go to the restaurant, come back and do it again and not care and not know that we are involved in a war. We are at war. And if we don't start fighting, we're not going to recognize the church in 20 years.
I will be your shield in the fiercest battle. I'll defend you from all these arrows, and the sword I wield will keep you from danger. Let me be your shield.
Royce White is speaking truth to power.
We will not give up a single right guaranteed under the Constitution.
You know I'm always going to talk about the real things. Okay. Free the Uyghurs.
If I'm going to die, I'll die now, right here fighting you. Let me be your shield, let me be your shield.
What's wrong in this country is our sense of American citizenship is lost. It's lost in convenience. Convenience will be the death of freedom. This is my show. And on my show, I control the conversation. Welcome back to the Royce White Show. I'm your host, Royce White, here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. You're watching Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. We're happy to be back with you this Saturday morning. We got the great Steve Bannon at the top of the hour for you with War Room. The cold open there, coming straight to you. I think his name is Pastor Philip, if I'm not mistaken. Pastor Philip. Hope I'm getting the name right. But his words have never been more important. Yes, you are at war. Understand, transgender jihadists. And I've never been one to fear porn about the Muslims. The Muslims are coming. The blacks are coming. It is a neocon, conservative media, boogeyman. And it's not a boogeyman in the sense that it's not an issue. It's a boogeyman in the sense that sometimes you get so caught up in the emotion. Sometimes you get so caught up in the echo chamber. Sometimes you get so caught up in the social media commentary. You get so caught up in complaining about the issue, you forget to operationalize. You forget to organize. You forget to activate. You forget to strategize about victory. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's not conjecture. It's not my opinion. Because as much as I see people complain and comment, again, rightfully so, about the rise of Islam, let's say there in Europe, in the United Kingdom to be specifically, or here in America, Dearborn, Michigan, right here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. As much as I see people complain, as a candidate and as a citizen who adheres to the truth, a citizen who deals with reality, I have to acknowledge that 30 million Christians in this country still aren't voting. That even here in Minnesota, it's estimated that close to 1 million conservatives and Christians didn't vote in the 2024 presidential election. 1 million. And granted, I lost by 400 votes on paper. I mean, we know Minnesota is the belly of the beast for a reason, not just because it's run by radical communists, leftists, people like Ilhan Omar, but also because our elections aren't secure. And Minnesota probably more so than anywhere. But still, we have to deal with us. We have to deal with our mentality. And that's why I opened up with that. And we're going to talk about a lot of things over the course of the show. We got Governor Hochul there getting not a good response there at the Ryder Cup. I said earlier on X, I just put in the order for my first set of clubs. I got to hit the golf course. I'm not one for the country clubs, but if the golf fans and the golf community is that based, then I have to suffer through it. I've been thinking lately about getting into golf anyway. As you get a little bit older as an athlete, you got to start thinking about what competitive athletic endeavors you can involve yourself in, like President Trump, who is a fantastic golfer to this day. Probably part of the reason why the golf community is MAGA. Amazing how sports can have an effect on a demographic of people. And I see it all the time here in Minnesota, places like the State Fair, when I'm at some of these professional sporting events and so on and so forth. Sports can be a great unifier of people. It can be a place that sort of neutralizes the political propaganda and allows for conversation to be more even-handed. And I get that a lot. I get a lot of people who come up and they'll start a conversation, or they'll support just because they remember me as an athlete. They remember me playing high school basketball. They remember me at Iowa State. Iowa State has a great alumni community out there in the country. And Iowa's pretty Republican. It's a Republican state. Donald Trump won the state. President Trump won the state. But they got some problems there in the great state of Iowa as well. However, I had an incredible time when I was in Ames, Iowa at Iowa State University, and people remember that. So sports, and I say this for a reason, and I always bring up sports, and people go, oh, it's convenient. You were an athlete. You're tooting your own horn. It's not that. There's a correlation, even back to what I said last week in regarding the black community. The thing about athletes, good athletes who are being honest, who aren't being paid by the woke propaganda machine, athletes who are being honest will tell you, you can't really make excuses if you want to be great. Not in sports, not in team sports, not in highly competitive team sports. You can't make excuses. There are no excuses. There are reasons, there are realities you have to deal with. There are things that need to be said. There are truths that need to be spoken. But It's never about making excuses. And see, that's where athletes differ from a lot of the political pundits even. We have sort of a pragmatic and practical approach to getting things done. And the great Charlie Kirk, the late and great Charlie Kirk, rest his soul, was an athlete himself, pretty good athlete, I see. Now that I didn't know him to be an athlete, but obviously when somebody is brutally assassinated the way Charlie Kirk is, people start to go back and look at even the earliest days of his life, and there is great footage of Charlie Kirk. He's a hell of an athlete as well. And that probably speaks to why Charlie had such a great approach, a great work ethic, a great focus, very one-track minded about getting things done. But we need that. We need that in this party. We need that in this country. We need a more competitive, hyper-competitive athlete type of mentality about politics and about the war with our enemies. And we are at war. Make no mistake about it. Like Pastor Phillips said, we are at war. We got great people in the fight. I'm wearing a shirt here, T-shirt that I got from my best friend A.J. Barker's gala last week for his newly opened school, Crown of Thorns, Catholic school, Catholic all-boys school, and he's looking to open those up across the country, Crown of Thorns, and he gave a compelling speech about changing the education system for young men, changing the way that Catholic schools, first and foremost, Catholic schools and Christian communities think about educating their young men for the time that we live in. And they're doing all kinds of amazing things at Crown of Thorns Academy, and hopefully one day I'll get them on the show and we can hear a little bit more about that for you Minnesotans out there that are looking for a nice Catholic private school to send your sons to. But it got me to thinking about 2026, and I shared this with the great Mo Bannon yesterday on the telephone. Shout out to Mo Bannon. One of the things we have to, here's brass tack. We're taking the transgender LGBTQ stuff out of the schools, and good riddance. I mean, it was ridiculous to begin with. And we're going to put the prayer back in schools. That's perfect. That's great. But how are we going to change this curriculum so that it encourages the more MAGA empowerment economic approach that President Trump is trying to accomplish on the world stage? What are the things that we could teach our young people in the schools that would better equip them to deal with the market, with the economy, with the workplace, with the jobs that are available today and that will be available going forward? And I got that, I got a lot of boomer friends, and I talk with them a lot, especially about politics. And I asked them, what things were in school that aren't in school now? And unanimously, they said, we used to have the industrial arts. And we should bring back the industrial arts. That should be one of the swift changes that we make to the curriculum at a national level. And if these states don't want to adhere to bringing back the industrial arts, then we should defund them. Because they're saying one thing: they don't care about the American working class. If your public education system doesn't line up with the needs, the economic and employment needs of the working class, then you have a schism. You have a schism of the academia and the people. And that's what we have. We've had that in this country for a long time, but we can fix that. We should reintroduce the industrial arts to every public school in the country, every public school curriculum in the country. Mechanics, a workshop, being an electrician, all of these things. And the benefit is these are the jobs that we need more of. We need more people, especially in those Black and Hispanic working class communities, but even the white working class communities. We need more people that can do trades, the trades, and we need to start to reintroduce the trade back to the grade school level and prepare people for the employment that they can use, while they figure out what they're going to do with their life. We're talking about that and much more across the hour. You're watching The Royce White Show. I'm your host here in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is Real America's Voice. Tip of the spear, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. We'll be back in a moment. Stay tuned.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam. This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Should be allowed in women's restrooms.
I'm not sure why this has come to this issue.
You tweeted that as a protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Have you ever used the women's restroom?
Not that I can recall ever, sir.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir, I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has nothing
I'm asking
to do with
you're advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did. You said everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
I can tell you that you are politicizing this in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is failure
encouraging
of the federal
men to use women's restrooms
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have.
Did you ever consider that women don't want you in their bathrooms?
New York, your friend and mine in attendance, Governor Kathy Hochul. Governor, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to your team, too, for getting us ready for the Ryder Cup in New York.
I would like to say a few thank yous to Governor of State New York, Kathy Hochul,
As we prepare to tee it up on Friday, I want to thank the people who made this journey possible. To Governor Hochul, to the teams of New York, to the teams of the New York.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show here on Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. there's a referendum on the governors of America, especially the Democrat governors. And right there, you see J.B. Pritzker having trouble answering simple questions about men using the women's bathroom. And let's be honest, no man really feels any particular way about women strolling into the men's bathroom and using the bathroom. Because we're not threatened by women. And is it a little bit uncomfortable? Yeah, especially in the Me Too era, because you could see a scenario where a woman comes into a men's bathroom and there's a privacy issue, and you may have some miscommunication that ends up potentially being a problem for you as a man. But in general, nobody's worried about women coming into the men's bathroom. What people are worried about are men going into the women's bathroom. And right there, J.B. Pritzker couldn't answer that question because he knows good and well that the data and the stats show that men going into the women's bathroom is usually predatory, especially transgender men. Transgender men going into the bathroom with little girls. And this is something we shouldn't even be talking about, but I guess we have to. And that's why it was important to bring up there. And the go-to deflection is we should be focusing on this. We should be focusing on that. We should be talking about more important issues. Well, we can move on to more important issues once we handle the fundamentals. Once we get the basics back to normal, once we recalibrate ourselves back to sanity, then we can talk about whatever issue people want to discuss. And this is a way that they distract us. This is a way that they deflect. And it wouldn't be a communist Democrat governor's convention without the great Tampon Timmy, who also has problems answering those basic questions. He was sitting right there next to J.B. Pritzker at that hearing. But this is a referendum, and that's why the news this week that the great Mike Lindell is considering a run for governor here in Minnesota warms my heart, gets me excited, gets me all fired up. We may have a true MAGA ticket here at the top of the ticket in 2026 in the 2026 midterms with Tim Walz, Tampon Tim Walz. Referendum. I would love to run with Mike Lindell. It'd be an honor. And see, here's what I'm already seeing this. This announcement came from NBC, and of course they call the great Mike Lindell a conspiracy theorist, same as me. All these conspiracies end up being true 6 months later. That's the world we're living in now. And it'll continue because we've been lied to, and that was part of the war that's been waged against us. But I'm already seeing Republicans respond by saying Mike Lindell can't win. There's no way he can win. Now, most people, ultra MAGA, never forget in 2024, when I won the endorsement and I won the primary, it was a sign that for the first time, the Minnesota Republican Party had tilted to a more America First, a more nationalist, populist, and MAGA Republican Party, and it's only getting worse for the establishment. It's only getting better for MAGA. MAGA's only getting bigger. The America First movement is only growing underneath it. And I do separate it because there is a younger contingent of the Republican Party base who is, I would say, a little further to the right than the MAGA movement, a little further to the right than the MAGA and Maha movement. I see a lot of these young people when I'm out at a state fair or I'm out speaking to a BPOU, and you get these even younger, few and far between, but they're finding their way into the party. More so, you find them in public. They don't really know how the Republican Party process works, so they're not in the party, but they definitely vote. And I get them, they're coming up and they're saying, I'm a little bit more to the right of this. I'm a little bit more to the right on that. We see what the establishment is about. We are comfortable with the word rhino. Remember, here in Minnesota, our GOP chair, new GOP chair, Alex Plek, has started off his tenure as the chair of the GOP by saying, let's not use the word rhino. Rhino is off limits. And right there, tells you exactly who he is. But I'm seeing some of those Minnesota, even those who kind of claim themselves to be America First and MAGA in some cases say, well, Mike Lindell can't win. First of all, he can win. And you tell me who could. If we don't get our election secure, like Mike Lindell has been fighting for, none of us Minnesota ultra MAGA candidates have a shot at winning anyway. None of us here in Minnesota. The Republican Party has a very little chance of flipping any statewide elections unless we get security in our elections. That's why I say, as much as we remember, the security of our elections is the most important thing right now. We have to deal with the security of our elections right now, well before the midterms, or else the referendum is on, and I guarantee you the vengeance will be epic. And once we get on the other side of these midterms, you're going to see a lot of Republicans that toe the line start to make it very hard for President Trump to execute his agenda. That's why the 2026 midterms might be the most important election in American history, because President Trump has started to put things in place that can repair this country. We see that with the tariffs. We see that at the border. We see that with the war that we're waging now against the big pharmas of the world and even the United Nations of the world. Finally, somebody was willing to come out and say it. This climate change hoax is exactly that. It's a hoax perpetrated by the scientific managerial elite to tell human beings that carbon-based life forms are bad for the planet. They're bad for civilization. We need more robots. We need more AI. We need more, whatever. There's a referendum right now in 2026 for the Republican Party, and for the Republican Party specifically of each swing state. Minnesota, all things fair, is a swing state. But traditionally, it's been a swing state from the center left to the center right. And the center right hasn't done much damage, and I say damage, they haven't got much done when they were in office. Go back to the Norm Colemans and the Tim Palentis. It was under their tenure that Minnesota slid into the progressive hellhole that it is today. And yet, the Republican Party, or at least the Republican establishment, still wants to hold them up as the icons or the idols or the examples we should look to follow in Minnesota politics instead of the Mike Lindells. Now, lucky for Mike, lucky for myself, in any primary, I think that the MAGA base of the Republican Party has now outgrown the rank and file sort of, conventional establishment Republicans. I think. We'll see. But the bigger point is this. Let's just talk strategically. And this is why I bring Mike Lindell up anyway. One, obviously, Real America's Voice, Mike Lindell. He's OG. We love Mike Lindell. And I just think that he's a fighter. I really do. And if it's any example of who we want in office, the people who Keith Ellison go after with lawfare are the people that we want running for governor. Okay? And you have to be willing to lose. Again, this is another athlete mentality. You don't play the games that you're sure you can win, because you're never sure you can win if it's a square competition. And really, a great athlete wants to play the games that everybody thinks he's going to lose, because the greatest glory comes from the highest stakes, from being the underdog. The greatest glory comes from being the underdog. That was Christ. Could Christ change the oral and written tradition, of Israel, of the Abrahamic faith? Could he change the norms of the oral and written tradition there in Israel and then expand it to the entire world? Underdog. With all the pagan and polytheistic religions all across the world, and Christianity rose to the top, and it still remains supreme to this day. Underdog story. And he had to die on a cross to do it. Underdog story. But Mike Lindell is great. It's great for a bunch of reasons for this party. We should be celebrating people like Mike Lindell. We should be promoting people like Mike Lindell with reckless abandon, because he represents the American dream. You tell me somebody who went from being a drug addict, surviving it, overcoming it, going clean, going sober, then building a business with one of the most successful retail products in the history of American retail, in the history of Walmart. Then he stands up and fights for the integrity of American citizenship in our elections. This is an American hero. This is the American dream. Talk about Mike Lindell a little bit more on the other side of the break. You're watching The Royce White Show here on Real America's Voice. Stay tuned for more.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Announcing this government will make a new free-of-charge digital ID mandatory for the right to work by the end of this Parliament. Let me spell that out. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have digital ID.
You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have a digital ID. Let me repeat. You will not be able to work in the United Kingdom if you do not have a digital ID. They're just saying the quiet part. They're just coming out and saying it now. It's not conspiracy theory anymore. I was called a conspiracy theorist because I warned about the dangers of globalism, the fast-moving dangers of globalism, and all these technological advancements that we just assume, we just accept for a net positive, we accept as being a good thing. It's not a good thing. Mandatory digital ID is not a good thing for anybody. And let me show you how the United Kingdom is going to use the overlay for the underlay, the bait and switch, the three-card Monty, to justify mandatory digital ID. They'll say we have a problem with radical Islam. And you do have a problem with radical Islam, but you allowed radical Islam to infiltrate your country. You allowed the mass migration. We have to look to Europe right now and understand we cannot make the same mistakes. And first and foremost, we are not European. President Trump is doing tremendous things from top to bottom. So many good things. I need a football field length of paper to even write them all down. Maybe more than that. Can't even put a number on how many good things are being done. And at the United Nations, he delivered a bombshell. A bombshell. One of the first presidents in my lifetime to even question the climate change narrative. That is a bombshell. And the facts are right there in your face. They're right up in your face. Mainstream science. The mainstream science. The consensus of the scientific community told us multiple. Oh, in the year 2000 is going to be a catastrophe and cataclysm. There'll be environmental collapse. In the year 2012, there's going to be cataclysm. It's going to be a worldwide climate crisis. Here we are in the year 2025, and I don't see the effects. I don't see the drama. I don't see the climax of this whole narrative. I don't even see the rumblings of it, to be honest. I do see a lot of weather manipulation. I see that science coming on quick. I see a lot of advanced technology around weather manipulation, and that calls into question a lot of, touchy topics, around the military and DARPA and all these other programs that are classified. But President Trump is doing a great job on a number of things. The one thing I didn't like in recent weeks, and I'm just going to say it, this whole trip to the UK and this, the royal family, I don't have a taste for it. I have no taste for the royal family whatsoever. I have no appetite for the royal family whatsoever. I have no appetite for the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has fallen. The Commonwealth has fallen. The future of the West rests upon the working class men and women of America, as it has for a generation or so, many generations, a few generations, several generations. The fate and the future of the West rests upon the working class men and women here in America. And that's who is the priority now. That's the priority. Like I said, we have to put the industrial arts back in the public schools. We have to change the narrative, the culture. Somewhere in here, everybody needed to become a lawyer or a doctor. Everybody needed to become a rocket scientist. And we have a crisis of our credentialed class. They're all a bunch of Finocchios and sellouts. And really, they're all easily manipulated. Why? Because the university system is a quid pro quo grant-based system. And if you go for a PhD and you toe the line and you go with the consensus of the scientific community, then you get grants for your own research and you get grandfathered in. You get let into the good old boys club of the globalist elite. We know how it works. We see how it works. You go to a certain university, you become a lawyer, all of a sudden you find yourself as the general counsel of a General Mills, for example. I mean, it's disgusting. There is an accreditation crisis in this country, and they'll have you believe anybody who doesn't have that accreditation is not fit to be in office. But I could have told the line. I could have not went to the NBA draft. I was a high B student at Iowa State University. I probably could have gotten A's. I could have graduated and went to a PhD program in any field I wanted to. And I could have got a certificate, and I could have walked right into corporate America and told the line and not talked about anything and put the mask on and took the vax and got on MSNBC and talked in the liberal white woman voice and said, hey, it's white people's fault when I know young black men are killing each other because I come from that neighborhood. I could have done that. But what we need to do now is start to teach young kids in the public schools, it's okay to be an electrician. It's okay to be a mechanic. It's okay to build things with your hands. It's okay to be a craftsman. It's okay to be a blacksmith. It's okay to be a farmer. And we got to stop trading and selling our country down the river to China and all these other multinational corporations. So a family farm and a young man who wants to be an independent farmer has a fighting chance. A young dairy farmer here in Minnesota has a fighting chance. He doesn't have to sell out to all of these major corporations. But there's something wrong with the culture. The culture in America is that these jobs are low. They're beneath. They should be beneath your aspirations, your ambition, your dreams, the American dream, which is quite crazy because electricians make great money. I mean, if you make $100 an hour and you work 8 hours a day, you're rich by historical standards. Now, the appetite for, consumerism and materialism in America has gotten so high that, some of that is the issue as well. Right? It was like, even that isn't enough because, Amazon makes it easy to buy everything, right? So everybody buys just everything they can possibly think about. And some of that's okay. Some of that's okay. Nobody's telling people in America what they should and shouldn't buy. But I will say we have to change the culture about work. This is one of those huge schisms. It's like, well, being an electrician isn't good enough. Being an electrician isn't cool. It isn't prestigious enough. Although our society couldn't work without them. And even more importantly, like I said, they make great money. $100 an hour, 8 hours a day, and you work through the weekends because people always need electricians. You're rich. You're rich. You're upper middle class, upper class. But our culture has been, you got to be a doctor, you got to be a lawyer, you got to be a celebrity, you got to be a fashion designer, you got to be a musician. Well, guess what? Guess what, all my musicians out there now, unless we get some antitrust laws against these major music companies and record labels, get some antitrust laws and we put some guardrails around AI, you're not going to be able to make music faster and better than AI. This is how they phase you out. They went to a digital form of music creation, music production. And as soon as it went digital, everybody got the convenience of not having to play the drums on time for themselves. And they programmed their drums. They programmed the drums. And now all of a sudden, AI is going to be able to program drums for 10 songs quicker than you can do it for one. This is the rise of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the 3-card Monte of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the bait and switch. Like we say at the beginning of the show, convenience will be the death of freedom. But it won't just be the death of freedom. It'll be the death of freedom because it's the death of artistry and culture. Nothing wrong with being an electrician. Nothing wrong with being a mechanic. Nothing wrong with starting in a job like that and saving your money and then investing it in real estate or gold or whatever else you want to invest in and becoming an entrepreneur from there. Nothing wrong with that at all. We have to change that culture now. And if we do, if we stake our flag, if we plant our flag right there, I mean genuinely with the working class, something that these country club Ivy League Republicans have trouble doing, mind you, I'm just going to say it. We all know it. These country club Ivy League Republicans, they have trouble delivering that message because part of them wants to win the game of the Atlanticist elite. We are not an Atlantic power. We are an Indo-Pacific power. We are not an Atlantic power. We are an Indo-Pacific power. The United Kingdom has fallen. The Commonwealth has failed. The future of the West rests upon the working class men and women of this country, of America. And we have to change our culture for them. We have to change the narrative for them. Nothing wrong with being an electrician. And because there's nothing wrong with it, we're going to start teaching you right there in the first grade. We're not going to teach you how to become Herman Kahn. We're not going to teach you how to become a rocket scientist so we can defeat the Russians in some arms race. That's been the thought process before. Even that's a part of this military industrial complex global empire. Our education was structured to beat the Russians in some arms race. It's a referendum and a reckoning in this country. Young MAGA movement, we see it. You're watching the Royce White Show, Real America's Voice, headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a brief break.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to the Royce White Show. You're watching the Real America's Voice Network. We are the headquarters of the Ultra MAGA and America First movement. I'm in the belly of the beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Brief word from one of our great sponsors here, great friend of the movement, TireGet.com. If you need tires out there, TireGet.com. I think you can put your zip code in and they find the nearest installer. They make it real easy, streamlined process to get new tires. If you need new tires, you don't need new tires all the time, but if you do, TireGet.com, help fund the movement, help support the movement. Great friend of the show, Professor Penn, who sits in for me sometimes, is an interest in that business. So we got to support these America First businesses. Real America's Voice does a great job with that. But again, I go back to Mike Lindell, and I'm sorry I got off track. But, the global affects the local and vice versa. All of these politicians who go to Davos, Switzerland, and they sit there on their high horse, they take their private jets, they're in these gated communities, they have their armed security guards. Right? All of these individuals started somewhere. And it's usually in a little local community like mine. Look, governor candidate now, Kristen Robbins, who's as much of a rhino, neocon, Nikki Haley extraordinaire as you could possibly imagine. And this is who they want us to support. I'll never join hands with these people, not in a million years. And yes, we can have, let me say this now, we can have unity in the Republican Party. The rhinos and the neocons can unify with the MAGA movement. They can change their ways. They can change their worldview. They can come and stand with us on this side. We're not going back that way. We're not going back towards the center. We're not going back towards the left. We can't go back towards the center because going back towards the center is going back towards the left, and going towards the left is absolutely crazy. But Kristen Robbins went to, was an intern or had a brief stint there at the think tank CSIS, who's board of trustees and has people who were Obama chiefs of staffs and Paul Ryan, Leon Panetta. Okay. We're not doing it. But the point is, Kristen Robbins comes from small town Minnesota, small town northwestern Minnesota. All of these globalists started somewhere locally. That's why I say the global affects the local affects the global. What Mike Lindell represents is the fabric and DNA of this country. Nobody's perfect. Our founding fathers weren't perfect. No Christian is perfect. No American citizen is going to be perfect. But how do people deal with adversity? It's good to be great. Everybody's great and everybody's happy when it's great, when you're winning. The true sign of a man is how he responds to adversity. It doesn't get any darker than being addicted to crack. There's not a darker place you could be in life other than being a full-blown Satanist. I mean, that's about as dark as it gets. And we're seeing the rise of demonic spiritual warfare. And there are a lot of people that are in that dark place. But being addicted to crack cocaine is as low as it gets. And Mike Lindell was there, and he was honest about it, and he overcame it. He got clean. He got his life together. He started an incredible business, a business that has thrived and is historic in many ways. I think MyPillow is the best-selling $50 retail product in the history of Walmart. Before Walmart deplatformed him, and the entire international and globalist community says Mike Lindell and MyPillow are persona non grata because Mike Lindell has questions about the machines. This is our guy. That's why he's the guy. And the other reason is because the people down there in the metropolitan area, the people down there in the Twin Cities, here in the Twin Cities, not down there, but here in the Twin Cities, the people here in the Twin Cities need an example like a Mike Lindell. When you walk down Lake Street and you see people hunched over, zombied, because they're on Trank or whatever other crazy drugs, synthetic drugs are pumping through our streets now. Visa, the CCP, courtesy of the CCP and the Mexican cartels, and a bunch of other people who are involved in the trade, maybe our military-industrial complex too. Never forget, a lot of guns down there in Mexico with U.S. manufacturers, and we better deal with that. We better right that ship. We better give just as harsh of a penalty to any American gun manufacturers, any military men who are involved in operations that send guns south of the border to support the drug cartels. We better do that. While we send every illegal immigrant back, while we issue death penalties to every illegal immigrant who brutally rapes and kills some American citizen. But I say that to say again, Mike Lindell is the example of the American dream. And I'm not here to toot my own horn, but I'm the example of the American dream. I should be a communist. I should be a Marxist. I should be a lifelong Democrat. If I wore a dress, oh my goodness, they would say I'd be the next president of the United States. If I was willing to wear a dress, they would say I'm a rising young star in the Democrat Party who one day could be president of these United States. Look at all the professional athletes who are willing to toe the line, to capitulate to this LGBTQ movement. It's ridiculous. Men playing women's basketball? Joanna Mans? We're doing Joanna Man? This is the world we live in. But somebody with a real story, a real story of overcoming adversity, a real story of perseverance like Mike Lindell is unelectable. We should all be so lucky. We should all be so lucky to be Charlie Kirk. We should all be so lucky to be Mike Lindell. We should all be so lucky to be the great Steve Bannon. We should all be so lucky to be an Alex Jones. And we have to stand with these patriots now. We have to triple down with these patriots now. And we may lose. I can't promise you that we're going to win, because winning is not promised. And there's no combination of things that we could put together that would ensure victory. Don't let them hit you with all of the expert consultant opinions and polls and whatnot. There is no combination of things short of selling your soul to Satan that can ensure victory, that can promise us victory. It's not even a Christian proposition to be promised victory in anything. The only thing that you can be promised is that if you submit your life to God in Christ, then you will have eternal life. That's the only thing that Christians know is promised. Everything else is a risk. Everything else is a gamble. Everything else is a coin toss. We don't know what's going to happen. But we do know if we compromise the principle and we go left with the Satanists, our chances in the eternal become slim. That we can say with some surety. That we can guarantee. We can't guarantee victory, but I guarantee you, if you walk back to the center, which is walking towards the left, where the Satanists and the communists and the atheists and the Antichrist is hanging out, your chances in the eternal are slim. Now, some people don't care about that, but all you Christians out there better ask yourselves here and now, can you really survive? Can you really maintain a world with a Christian ethic in your own community if you don't get involved in this political process, if you don't support Christian patriots like Mike Lindell? I don't want to hear you Christians saying, but he can't win. Well, who can win? Nikki Haley, Kristen Robbins? Yeah, Nikki Haley has a huge constituency here, across the middle. Oh, we love these moderates. They're so electable. You should hear the words and fear them, because moderate, electable individuals like Norm Coleman and Tim Pawlenty helped oversee the fall of Minneapolis, the fall of Minnesota. That's the truth. And as much as I like Liz Collins and her crew over at Alpha News loved them some Kendall Qualls, and Kendall Qualls stood with Tim Pawlenty in endorsing Ukraine Joe Frazier, who was supported by the entire Republican establishment that helped oversee the fall of Minneapolis. And I invite any one of them to stand up at the podium and deny it. Anyone I just mentioned. I challenge any one of them to stand up before the American people, before the people of Minnesota, before the Republican Party, and tell me that they were not involved in the fall of Minnesota. Because I wasn't. I wasn't involved in government then. I wasn't even involved in politics then. We have to support the Mike Lindells. We have to show the people down there in the Twin Cities, hey, even on the Republican side, you could come from nothing, absolutely nothing. You could come from rock bottom and still build your life back and have a chance at the American dream. That's our mandate. Changing the curriculum, bringing back the industrial arts, bringing back civics. There are things we can do, and we must start to do them right here and right now, well before this 2026 midterm, or else it's going to be all WWE politics. Now, I tell you now, it's a real coin toss if we're going to fight WWE. No disrespect to Vince McMahon, but it's a real coin toss who's going to win these matches, okay? Let's give them a real fight. Let's give them a real fight this time. Let's go and offer the working class something that they haven't been offered in the last 40 years in this country. the skills, the training, the education. It's been another episode of The Royce White Show. You got the great Steve Bannon next. Thank you. I appreciate your viewer and listenership today and in the future. God bless America. Godspeed. The people are coming. See you next weekend.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
I think fear is pretty pervasive, and I wonder if you guys feel the way Jim Comey does, or if you ever feel afraid. You first, Brendan.
Well, it's a great question, and I'm glad that, James Comey is striking a tone of defiance. I think that's exactly right. I completely understand why a person would feel afraid in this moment, no matter who you are. But just as there are reasons for fear, I think that there are reasons for defiance and even reasons for hope. One of the things that I find encouraging here is that this administration wasn't able to secure an indictment on its first proposed charge, which suggests that even only seeing the government's evidence, that these grand jurors rejected them. So, the fact that they've got an incredibly weak case, I think, is a reason for hope. I think the other reason for hope is that this is a terrifically incompetent administration generally, and it seems like an incompetent leadership that's coming into the Eastern District of Virginia. So even though this administration might be pursuing political prosecutions and pursuing it very aggressively, I don't think that they're necessarily going to pursue them particularly well.
Asked Trump if there would be more prosecutions of people on his enemies list, and the president said this.
It's not a list, but I think there'll be others. I mean, they're corrupt. These were corrupt, radical left Democrats. There'll be others. Look, that's my opinion. They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history.
There will be others. 8 months in, Donald Trump is making his personal revenge the law of the land.
You and I have talked for months about the weaponization of the Department of Justice against its political opponents. Comey was not the first person who was targeted, or even the first person indicted. Congresswoman McIver in New Jersey has been indicted for doing her job in oversight over ICE. But notwithstanding that, it was still shocking to actually see it happen, to see that Donald Trump told the Attorney General in a Truth Social post that he needed to go after several individuals, one of whom was Comey, that it was urgent to do so, and then essentially triggered the firing of the then acting U.S. attorney that he had nominated. There was then this interregnum period that I still haven't seen a lot of reporting on, in which another woman was apparently going to become the acting U.S. attorney, and then she was not, and instead his former personal lawyer with no prosecutorial experience was put in place and returned an indictment. I mean, it is shocking in that this is the kind of conduct that you expect from a third world dictatorship. It's the kind of conduct that, frankly, in normal times would lead to impeachment. But here we are.
From what Comey did, which we know he did, I mean, they doctored evidence to get warrants to spy on Trump. He basically created a conspiracy to unseat a president and sabotage a presidency. It almost seems like he was undercharged here.
Yeah, I think so. People have to remember what is the substance of these lies? What were they for? These news stories that were put out there that were leaked to the press, the thrust of them was that Donald Trump was under the throes of a foreign government. He was a Russian agent. Think of the national security implications of implying that your own president is a spy for a foreign country. Would that be tolerated in any normal country? You cannot let that go on. You can't have an FBI director doing these kinds of things and engaging in these sorts of manipulations and lying to Congress about it and getting away with it. Yeah, he basically framed him as a traitor. And what's the punishment for treason? We all know what that is. I mean, this is the worst thing you can possibly do. James is a little bit of a drama queen. He put out a video last night. He's the victim. He's the martyr. He's going to fight like hell. How do you see James Comey mentally going into this trial? One thing I think we've learned during the Russiagate period is that James Comey has a peculiar sort of vanity that I think is often his undoing. He often thinks that he's being clever when he's not. He often thinks that he's showing tremendous rectitude when he's actually looking like a phony on television. The more exposure that he gets for himself, I think actually the more it will redound to Trump's benefit. So as far as I'm concerned, it's good if he's on television more during this period.
The Justice Department is now subpoenaing Fani Willis, who is, of course, the prosecutor in Atlanta, Georgia, who brought charges against the co-conspirators on January 6th. The FBI is firing 15 agents who 5 years ago kneeled briefly and were in a photo. Again, there's the focus thing and there's the rushing aspect of it, which both seem...
I mean, I think part of the problem with this stuff is that the number of Americans who know who Fani Willis is, my guess is it's relatively small compared to the number of Americans who know
Jimmy Kimmel.
Yes, exactly. And so, when he picks these really high-profile fights with people who have, it's not the same level of who exists in the celebrity realm.
Yes.
It's just like, his fights with Taylor Swift have also not, I think, kind of redounded to his benefit.
Stephen Miller, the fanatic who is driving much of Donald Trump's domestic policy agenda, calls the Democratic Party a domestic extremist organization. And yesterday, Miller seemed beyond pleased with a new order Trump signed that essentially directs the government to investigate and prosecute politically progressive people and organizations who they claim falsely fund left-wing political violence. The FBI has apparently fired 15 agents who took a knee during the 2020 Black Lives Matter protest. That's the Washington Post is reporting that. The agents say they didn't necessarily do it to express solidarity with the protesters' goals, but to diffuse a tense situation, not that it would necessarily matter. We've also got a New York Times report that Fani Willis, who is, of course, the Georgia prosecutor who brought charges against the crew of folks that tried to engineer the January 6th, that the Department of Justice has issued a subpoena for her travel records. And the reason I bring both these up is the idea of them moving very quickly and very aggressively in front of all of us, and what you think that means about the strength of what they're doing and its likelihood of succeeding.
Well, as always, the likelihood of succeeding depends on us, but I think you're right to point to the speed as not necessarily a sign of strength. One thing which is very characteristic of this crew is that they don't have an overall plan. They want to change the regime for sure, but there's no one central figure who's making the plan. Instead, you have this kind of stochastic and very often personal effort, which is also a point of weakness. It's reprehensible, illegal, and against everything in the best of American traditions to turn justice against individuals. But it's also not the most effective way of doing things, because we can sympathize with individuals, and that's part of what the pushback will be about.
There's a phrase, and I didn't hear about this phrase until just a few years ago, China hawks. Yes. And apparently, that if you're a China hawk, you get to wear that label with pride. It's almost like a badge of honor. Right. It's a badge of shame. There's no question it's a badge of shame. There's no question that although they want what's in the best interest of our country, and we all want what's in the best interest of our country, destroying that pipeline of the American dream is not patriotic. Right. They think they're doing the right thing for our country, but it's not patriotic. Not even a little bit. Right.
No to the CCP.
Chinese Communist Party, CCP virus. We must hold them be accountable. CCP must pay for our...
Wild day out here in New York City.
The key difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, and Tyler just hit at that, is now that he has people in place at the Justice Department, like Pam Bondi, who don't care what facts are. They don't care about the rule of law, which requires prosecutors to treat like cases alike. They care about one thing, and that is appeasing Donald Trump. And that's very different from his first term, where we had people like Bill Barr, who, and I have a lot of problems with Bill Barr, Charles, but when it mattered most, that Republican Attorney General told Donald Trump that he was wrong about the big lie about the 2020 election. His previous Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, you remember Sessions appropriately recused himself from overseeing the FBI investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. But that mold is gone this year. That's why we're saying all of these types of actions against Comey, against Fani Willis and Letitia James, but even though the facts don't warrant it, he's got people in place to do whatever he wants done.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Saturday, 27 September, year of our Lord, 2025. We're going to start tonight. I think it's 7:30. Oregon plays Penn State. Oregon was Charlie Kirk's team. They actually, I think, honored him, or the coach honored him last week right after the assassination. Let's go to Penn State. We're going to start in Pennsylvania. We've got Cliff Maloney and Kevin Posobiec. Jack Posovic's going to join us in a moment to talk about the investigation and what's happening with terrorism. But let's go to Penn State. Cliff Maloney. Cliff, why are we out there today, and it's going to build over time? You guys have a tailgater, and Charlie Kirk is being honored, sir.
Yeah, well, Steve, listen, before I even answer, take a look at this crowd. This is the line right here. Right here is the line of folks lined up. We're giving out free Freedom shirts to any of the college students here at Penn State. They're out here. We're honoring Charlie's legacy. We're obviously rooting for the Nittany Lions. We're not rooting for the Ducks. We got to focus. We are Penn State. But this is about getting every single person out there that sees the difference between good and evil and the horrific tragedy that happened to Charlie. He would want us to do the work. So we're out here. We're not sitting back. We're not just relaxing. We want to get back to it. And we're going to register tons of people. We got 5,000 of these Freedom shirts in Charlie's honor that we're going to be handing out to students.
Cliff, talk to me about Charlie. We had you on so many times. Your grassroots game, the really what delivered Pennsylvania was just elbow grease. Talk to me about that. The true memory of Charlie Kirk in Pennsylvania, sir.
Yeah, well, look, Charlie gets all the credit. I said this on your show probably a year and a half ago, Steve, that Charlie was the one that called me and said, hey, listen, Cliff, I need you to go back to your home state of Pennsylvania. You got to run this PHA's program. I want you to figure out how to hire 120 people, knock 500,000 doors. And the honor of my lifetime was being there on the live stream with Charlie on election night. And he was the one that predicted it. He said, if we pull off North Carolina and Georgia, Pennsylvania is going to be the play, as Jack Posobiec would say. And that was true. So that moment when we called it on election night and all of a sudden Erica runs in the room and hugs Charlie and they have that emotional exchange. I mean, that video has been played hundreds of millions of times. It's a great memory. He's a great friend. It's a horrific tragedy, but we will continue to do the work.
Cliff, the game is not until 7:30. Can we I just want to push the camera and show the line today. How can you have a line out there at 10 o'clock in the morning? At 10 o'clock in the morning for a game that doesn't even start until...
Who's a fan of Charlie Kirk here? Woo!
Look at that right there, Steve. The game is at 7:30. We've got hours and hours.
Wow. Hey, Cliff.
That's the power of Charlie.
Let's hear the chant for Charlie as we go to break. Can we hear it?
Charlie, 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 Charlie. We love you, Charlie.
Amazing. Cliff, Kevin Posobiec, live from Penn State. With Penn State fans who are there to honor Charlie. Charlie was a big Oregon fan. Cliff, thank you so much, brother. We're going to come back to you later in the show. I'll text you. Wow. Charlie Kirk in the ground game of Pennsylvania. Incredible. Look at that. Lined up at 10 o'clock in the morning for a game that doesn't even play until 7:30. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, we're packed today. We're going to try to go back to this Penn State Oregon game. Look at that right there. Can we cut to that shot? There we go. Look at that. Just absolutely amazing. We're giving away 5,000 shirts today, Freedom shirts, Real America's Voice, Turning Point, all of it. Is that incredible? What a tribute to a great young man. Incredible. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to go to the other Posobiec brother, Jack. We got some updates on the terrorism. You heard all the whining and moaning and bitching from the Democrats at the top in our great cold open. You're about to hear reality next in the War Room.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
From what Comey did, which we know he did, I mean, they doctored evidence to get warrants to spy on Trump. He basically created a conspiracy to unseat the president and sabotage the presidency. It almost seems like he was undercharged here.
Yeah, I think so. People have to remember what is the substance of these lies? What were they for? These news stories that were put out there that were leaked to the press, the thrust of them was that Donald Trump was under the throes of a foreign government. He was a Russian agent. Think of the national security implications of implying that your own president is a spy for a foreign country. Would that be tolerated in any normal country? You cannot let that go on. You can't have an FBI director doing these.
It took Matt Taibbi, who's no conservative by far, to put the spotlight on exactly what the issue is. Jack Posobiec, Taibbi's right. I mean, it's the purpose of what from the allowing the dossier to leak, all of it. They try to make it seem that their purpose was to destroy Trump's presidency by making him a Russian asset, sir.
Well, Steve, thanks so much for having me on. It's great to be back here in D.C. Not sure how long exactly I'll be here, but we're holding it down at least with the family this weekend. And look, what Taibbi is knocking on here is quite purposeful. The Russiagate lie, which was spread not just by Comey, but by Comey, Brennan, Clapper, the highest levels of the Obama administration. This was a lie that turned the intelligence agencies. Remember, this was the predicate lie that started the Patriot purge of our military, that started the Patriot purge of the first administration. This was the same guy, by the way, who sent FBI agents to go, and he bragged about it. He sent FBI agents to go and interrogate General Flynn under false pretenses inside the White House. They ran an operation inside the Trump White House in the very first days of the administration, Steve, when you were there yourself. And he was doing all of this to undermine the duly elected president of the United States. That is something that simply cannot stand. That is why, and of course, in any other republic, you would have had these people gone after in mass. You would take all the conspirators and they would be tried all together. Now, the way the DOJ is doing it is they're separating it. They're going after different specific crimes. Fine. But people need to look back and understand just how absolutely horrific and severing this was to us as a nation, because it gave the liberals, the Democrats, this idea that they weren't just pushing back against people they disagreed with, that this was a sinister foreign plot, and painted a picture that led to, by the way, the shooting of Steve Scalise at a baseball practice over there in Virginia, because the shooter, if you looked at his Facebook page, he was posting about it nonstop, that we have to stop these Republicans because they're all Russian agents.
You've got a breaking story from last night on what the action we're taking now. Now we're in the action phase, and I agree with you. I want to see more arrest, right? I anticipate that's coming quite soon. But we have actually a bigger mandate and a bigger platform now, and that is rolling up these extremists. And you see Chris Hayes and everybody, they're all freaked out. Oh, Miller and all these guys are designating the Democratic Party as an extremist organization. Well, hey, it is an extremist organization, and it leads to extremist violent organizations. Talk to me about, we initiated the action last night on the Joint Terrorist Task Force. You've been talking about that would be basically a leveling up. We would be going next level when that happened. Talk to us about that.
Well, Steve, the Joint Terrorism Task Force are designed exactly for this purpose. These are, and there's 200 of these all around the country, and then really ensconced in the major cities. Of course, people know about the New York, LA, Chicago, and this is where you've got local police, so NYPD, LAPD, working hand in hand with DHS, FBI, sometimes elements of the intelligence agencies where it makes sense, state police in some areas. So what you're doing is you're breaking down those silos, and you've got a fusion team to be able to share intelligence and to be able to conduct operations in those specific areas of operation, those AORs. So when you have the ability to do that, now you're going to actually put up units where, Steve, when I've been doing Antifa investigations and you talk to law enforcement from time to time, there's always some guy who's been in the back of the office in D.C., New York, Philadelphia, Portland. They know the networks. They know the ringleaders. They know the financiers. They've been tracking all of it. The problem is they didn't have the green light. They didn't get the rules of engagement. They didn't get the authority to actually go and act on the information that they already have. And so this is what, and if you look at the memo that President Trump signed 2 days ago, this new National Security Presidential Memo 7, what that does, it directs the Attorney General to go to activate the Joint Terrorism Task Forces. So all the doxing, the swatting, the riots, the planning, the conspiracy, that goes down there. Then boom. Then you have the IRS and FinCEN out of the U.S. Treasury Department. They are directed to go after the financial networks as well. So this is actually a very meaty presidential memo, a little bit too long for the media to read. I went and read it. And by the way, I have to say that as a small token, I really appreciate that memo specifically references the fact that the phrase that anti-fascist symbols, Antifa symbols, were written on the bullets that were loaded up to shoot and kill my friend Charlie Kirk. And so that specific assassination is referenced here in this memo, delegating this authority to the JTTF and finally putting them into action.
No, it's the assassination of Charlie that's the initiating incident here. That's what finally brought it to global attention, something you and I have been arguing, and Charlie have been arguing for a long time. That these are was the transgender militias and or Antifa. I mean, good Lord, Posobiec, I had to get you out of Antifa fights 8 years ago, 10 years ago, when you were still pushing the envelope with these guys. I made a film with Andrew Breitbart, Occupy Unmasked, Andrew Breitbart's last work, on Antifa back in 2012. I mean, people have been pushing on this. Are you confident, given your expertise of Antifa, and now we have, there's a leak that sources under investigation already about the financing of all this. Are you in a better place right now about where you think we're going as a government, both on the legal prosecutions and on the pick and shovel work of taking these violent terrorist organizations aligned with the Democratic Party apart?
Well, Steve, this is what it's all about, and I've been sitting there all week in the Charlie Kirk studio and saying that as wonderful as the Charlie Kirk Memorial episodes have been, we need the action now. We need the action. We need to be coming back and saying it's time for the federal government, for a federal response. Yes, on the networks, also looking at these transgender cells, the furries that seem to have this prior knowledge of Charlie's assassination. These groups in Utah saying, "Oh, there's going to be something coming when Charlie comes to town on the 10th. You got to watch the 10th. It's going to be big." All of this information that goes out. Plus, the work with Besant, Pam Bondi as well coming in, and Stephen Miller, the fact that Stephen Miller, and you saw his speech over at the memorial, very impassioned speech from the heart, absolutely from the heart, that you can tell he is absolutely taking the lead on this, working in conjunction with the rest of the cabinet to make it a full priority for our government. Steve, the enemy is here. The enemy is here right now. They've taken out Charlie. They're going after our ICE agents. They just shot up an ICE facility outside Chicago. They're going up against other ICE, they shot up the one outside of Dallas, and they're attacking the one outside of Chicago. They found a guy with a gun. Fortunately, they were able to stop him before they shot him up. And if you don't go after the networks right now, it sends a message. And it sends a message that it's open season on ICE, on Trump, on every Trump supporter.
And on Turning Point, people look, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They know exactly what they're doing. Jack Posobiec, great work in Phoenix this week with the Turning Point team. I'm sure he'll be back out there, and the Turning Point team really represented reinitiating the college tour already and having a great week of shows. Where do people get you now more than ever, Jack? Particularly your Twitter feed is kind of the advanced intelligence operation, the air search radar. Where do folks go to keep up with you over the weekend until we come back on Monday?
Yes, Steve, well, of course, we'll be up at X, at Truth Social, at Jack Posobiec, the Telegram, the Getter. And, we're actually going through, we're digging up some of the interviews that I did with Charlie, some of the final podcasts. We just found one where we were talking about the book Unhumans and with the history of the Bolsheviks. And Charlie he was so insightful. He said, "Jack, how could a group of only a couple of thousand Bolsheviks take over the entire Russian Empire, 100 million people?" And I said, "Charlie, people didn't take it seriously. People didn't react. So it was too late."
Jack Posobiec, one more time. Where do you go on Twitter?
It's at Jack Posobiec.
The book on humans. The Bolsheviks were a couple of thousand. Amazing story. Jack Posobiec tells it. Very relevant to today. Jack, thanks you so much for calling in. Just got for Red Eye. Can't start better than the Posobiec brothers to start off a Saturday, right? Kevin Posobiec's up for Cliff Maloney at the Penn State-Oregon game at a tailgate party in honor of Charlie Kirk, giving away 5,000 of the shirts that Charlie Kirk was wearing at the moment they assassinated him. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Dr. Thayer is going to join us on the terrorism. He was been very instrumental in making all this happen. But first, I've got someone that's gone to ground. Mike Lindell joins us. Mike, I know you're not a Secret Service guy at a Bethpage protecting the president. You sitting there with, I don't know, a rifle. This has nothing to do with Smartmatic, what happened in Courtier. So you haven't gone to ground. You haven't gone and started your own militia, sir. What is happening on a Saturday morning? You're there with a weapon.
Well, I'll tell you, Steve, I don't lose stuff in court every day, but when I do, I don't let it bother me. I go hunt my normal hunting trips. And I'll tell you, the Smartmatic, they have to realize I don't give up because there's only one truth. And that judge made a very bad ruling in Minnesota with the summary judgment, but I'm not going to let it bother me. We're having a great time out here duck hunting. Thanks.
Talk to me, the posse today. We started at Penn State in a commemoration for Charlie Kirk. People are looking for a deal on this Saturday. What do you got for us, sir?
Well, you guys, we got this the last weekend for the big free shipping, you guys, on those big ticket items, but we got the 3-in-1 set. All the colors are still in stock. These are the ones we've been waiting for, the 6-piece towel sets, best bath towels in history. They're $39.98, regularly $69.98, promo code War Room. And the commemorative premium My Pillows that we sold over 85 million, we made a special version with the Giza ticks, the covers, $17.98, lowest price for the premium My Pillows in history for the queens. Kings are just $2 more for the War Room Posse. Then we have those percale sheets that we're closing out. Once they're gone forever. And any size, any color, $29.88. That's what the box stores would have paid. So go to mypillow.com/war room. There's those great sales, and there's the mattresses made in the USA and the mattress toppers. Free shipping last weekend for that free shipping, plus those huge discounts. There's the outlet sale and the mystore.com. You guys can find it all at mypillow.com/war room. Call my reps. They're back home. They're at mypillow.com/war room. Call my reps. They're back home. They're very busy. 1-800-873-1062. And I will say this, Steve, I will never stop until we get to paper ballots hand counted. You know that. Smartmatic knows that. They all know that. I don't even know why they keep attacking me, but we will win. Got it to the end. There we go. We just got some ducks here flying in, everybody.
Okay, get back to the business at hand, shooting ducks. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you. What a warrior. And crazy. That's what I love about him. Dr. Thayer, so a lot going on. We're hurtling towards a government shutdown. This is to our advantage. Russ Vought has a total plan to do mass firings. They're now freaking out. The Democrats may say, hey, we got the wrong strategy here. Also, you heard last night where you heard it from, folks over at CRA. They've told them up front that say, hey, look, we're out of money. The WIC program goes away. All of it goes away. So the Democrats may be creating around us. President Trump doesn't care. He went to the Ryder Cup yesterday and is focused on other problems. Dr. Thayer, including the terrorism problem. What you just sent me, did he just, can we pull that on Truth? He just read, Dr. Thayer, because you've been instrumental in all this, the Truth Social that President Trump, the President of the United States, just put out, sir?
Yeah, Steve, great to join you. So we just truthed at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So he just sent that out this morning.
Well, this is the other part that we've talked about. Number one, declare martial law in Portland and go in and round them up, right? And those are the foot soldiers, but the foot soldiers, tell us about the layers of Antifa, because you know this better than anybody. You got the foot soldiers in front, you then have the military and other people inside the deep state that train them, and then you've got the organization, the media, the politicians, the not-for-profits, and Soros. So walk us through it, sir.
Right, Steve. I think that's a good way to think of it. At base, or the muscle, is going to be provided by these individuals. For example, as President Trump just said, those surrounding Portland. But those individuals are also organized and communicate. They have resources. And so you have to go deeper, if you will, to the nervous system that connects it to the brain, right? The leadership. Antifa likes to say that it's acephalous, right? It's headless. It doesn't have an organization, but it certainly does, of course. And that's going to be revealed through the investigations. And Jack's comments, of course, on the creation of or the implications really of the Joint Terrorism Task Force is hugely important. So you're going to have the foundations and Democratic donors that are really very important here. Secondly, Stephen, this needs to get attention. The Chinese Communist Party is also behind this. So there are, if you will, domestic elements, Democratic donors, for example, Tides Foundation, Act Blue, but the CCP is also behind it. So we need, as we advance the investigation, to ensure that we get to the CCP, because if you only go after, if you will, quote unquote, domestic actors, you're not winning. You've got to go after.
Let's play the package. Can I play that? Can I play in the video? Can I get I want to play this package for you one more time. Can I go ahead and play it? You ready? Let's go ahead and play this, and I'm going to get Dr. Thayer's response.
There's a phrase, and I didn't hear about this phrase until just a few years ago, China hawks.
Yes.
And apparently, that if you're a China hawk, you get to wear that label with pride. It's almost like a badge of honor.
Right.
It's a badge of shame. There's no question it's a badge of shame. There's no question that although they want what's in the best interest of our country, and we all want what's in the best interest of our country, destroying that pipeline of the American dream is not patriotic.
Right.
They think they're doing the right thing for our country, but it's not patriotic. Not even a little bit.
Right. No to the CCP.
Chinese Communist Party, CCP buyers. We must hold them, be accountable.
You see the wisdom of Lao Beijing right there in New York City. This is one of the wealthiest guys in the world, most powerful guys in the world. He should never be allowed in the White House again. He should be under arrest. He's an agent of I've said this forever. If you look at every move he makes and his background, he is an agent of influence of the Chinese Communist Party. He should be arrested today. Not tomorrow, not tonight, today. To sit there and say that the China hawk's a badge of shame, screw you, dude. We're going to run you. This is outrageous. This is what's happening to the country. They talk about artificial intelligence, and we need no regulation of artificial intelligence. And Peter Thiel saying the Antichrist people want to regulate artificial intelligence. If we shut down their access to technology and chips and training, there wouldn't be any arms race here. Don't buy the media narrative coming from the oligarchs. And this guy's one of the worst. He is an agent of influence for the Chinese Communist Party. And for him to sit there and say the American dream is predicated on us allowing China to steal everything, our intellectual property, let me repeat this. This guy is an agent of influence, and to have him anywhere near the White House, all these people rubbing up on him, right? The people around President Trump, the technology shop over there, they ought to be terminated and run out of the White House today. This guy is let me repeat this in case anybody's missing my point. He is an agent of influence at the highest levels for the Chinese Communist Party. Dr. Thayer, am I incorrect in that, sir?
No, absolutely right. What he said was deliberate, of course. So what he's attempting to do is threat deflate. He's attempting to minimize, of course, the danger of the Chinese Communist Party. He's attempting to tie the success of the evil CCP, Chinese Communist Party, to the American dream, right? To what are the birthright of Americans. So he wants essentially the engagement policies to continue. The policies that got us in this mess, the policies that crushed Lao Beijing, the policies that are committing genocide in Xinjiang, the policies that are causing the expansion in the South China Sea, East China Sea, rapid buildup of Chinese nuclear weapons, conventional might, for example, that we saw on display on September 3rd. What he's trying to do is to justify the theft of technology to aid the most evil regime, of course, on the face of the planet. So it's a deliberate exercise. How he could get away with that, of course, is obviously he's on a friendly channel. But nonetheless, he needs to be challenged on that every time he shows up. We need to recognize, Steve, not only that he's an agent of influence, right, but this is precisely the siphon. This is money that he's profiting, right? Technology that he's sending to the PRC is making the PRC a greater threat, making them wealthier. They're using part of that wealth to fund Antifa.
Yes.
Right? So there's the intersection between, obviously, the growth of Chinese Communist Party and how they're able to use their might to undermine us in many ways, right? It's a spectrum through threat deflators like Jensen Huang and so many others, but also by funding and supporting through front organizations, which the PRC are expert at creating and running, Antifa and other organizations to undermine us. This is a direct threat. So he's essentially the money changer, right? He's essentially one of the funders of Antifa through his actions, and he should be looked at very, very closely. And not just obviously this individual, but many others.
Yeah. He's the CEO, founder of NVIDIA, one of the most powerful people in the world, and kowtowed to by the United States government. It's just ridiculous. He ought to be rolled up today. A very dangerous individual. The Chinese Communist Party would be nowhere in artificial intelligence if we cut them off from capital, know-how, expertise, technology, nowhere. Dr. Thayer, where do people, your work on all this, particularly the terrorism part, has been extraordinary. Where do people get you, sir? Where's your social media?
At Bradley Thayer on Truth, and at Getter. So the whole of government response is absolutely necessary. But, Steve, it's also a whole of society response, right? We need to popularize this and not give these guys any room to hide as they support Antifa directly or through front organizations.
Thank you, brother. Can we put it back up where we go? Dr. Thayer, thank you. I just want to, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, just put up a Truth Social. At the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I'm authorizing full force if necessary. That's the Secretary of War. Stakes could not be higher. We've advocated this for a long time. President Trump is now fully engaged. The Joint Terrorism Task Force kicked in last night. Jack Posobiec reported that. Dr. Bradley Thayer here talking about President Trump ordering the troops into Portland, Oregon. As President Trump says, no games. No games. Games are over. Reality is about to hit Antifa and its supporters in the Democratic Party.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, bottom of the next hour, I'm going to have Philip Patrick come in. We're going to talk capital markets and precious metals. Gold's on a tear. You need to understand why. Take out your phone right now and text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898. The ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. And these lays out not just the logic for it and why it's a hedge. And we've got some pretty explosive news to break down at 10:30. I don't think people are thinking about this the right way. Philip Patrick and I kind of walk you through it, why it's kind of a permanent revolution, it appears, for precious metals because of fiat currency and what central banks and other money center banks are doing. We'll break that all down then. But this talks about IRAs, 401ks, all of it. Plus, you get access to Philip Patrick and the team is what you need. Build a relationship with these guys at Birch Gold. Now that it looks like every couple of days, gold is setting another all-time high. Do I have Ben Harwell back up? Yes. So, Ben, 2 things I got to get from you is all this in the Ukraine, because it looks like we're rapidly hurtling into the kinetic part of the Third World War. President Trump has tried to bring the Russians to the table, including kind of threatening them this when he was in England. And by the way, England is putting in a digital ID that even Boris Johnson, as bad as he is sitting there saying, I will never take a government ID. And so this whole idea of the surveillance state is actually getting more advanced in our mother country. And I think that's very, very dangerous for us here. But on Ukraine, Zelensky said yesterday he ain't leaving until they've won the war. That could be a couple of decades, if ever. Your thoughts on Ukraine before we go to the United Kingdom?
Look, Steve, Axios have, and I pushed this out on Getter, Axios have this interview with Zelensky, who says that he had President Trump's explicit backing to hit Russian energy targets and infrastructure and arms factories. And he said that if Ukraine gets the additional long-range weaponry from the US, which he spoke to President Trump directly about on the margins of the UN, he said, we will use that. And Zelensky added that the Russian centers of power, like the Kremlin, were very much on the table. And Zelensky even added that basically the Russians working in the Kremlin, they need to know where the bomb shelters are, because if they don't stop the war, they're going to need it in any case. Steve, this is really something that you've been highlighting now for many, many months. This is the World War III well underway. And I have to say, and I'll pick my words carefully on this, because I'm certainly not going to come onto the warm and criticise President Trump. But if President Trump feels or thinks or is acting under the assumption that supplying US arms via NATO is going to eliminate America from the picture, from any potential reprisal on the Russian part because of that technicality being supplied via NATO. I think President Trump is making a very large miscalculation on that. America is certainly going to be dragged in if Zelensky uses long-range missiles to bomb the Kremlin. There's no way I think America is going to stay out of that. So you're right to say President Trump has been working very hard over the last 8 months to achieve peace, but really I think the way things are going now, he really needs to do what he said in the election campaign, and if he can't end the war, he's got to withdraw the United States explicitly and implicitly from every engagement, and it has to be on the table now. Really, if you look at what the Europeans are doing, so they're all sort of walking with the swagger because they've got President Trump's backing now, because he said, again, President Trump has said that he thinks that Zelensky can win this war. It should be on the table because of the European swagger, American withdrawal from NATO.
But hang on. The swagger comes. He had the meeting here in D.C. The swagger comes with really no commitment. There's no real commitment for money. Macron's government is essentially paralyzed, imploded because of the money situation. They're broke. The Germans are essentially broke. They're talking about they can't give any troops. England is in a financial crisis right now. Starmer's approval, I think, is 11%. Italy is just more phony happy talk. There's no commitment of troops. There's no because one of the defense ministers said the other day, he says, we use this term security guarantees as kind of happy talk. He says security guarantees essentially the commitment of troops to go up to the line of contact in a peaceful deployment, but you must be committed to engage and fight the Russian army in open combat. And there ain't a country in Europe that's prepared to do that, right? They're just not. And so President Trump is sitting there saying, hey, if they want to buy weapons, I'll sell them all the weapons possible, but I'm not giving them, he just reiterated the other day, no more $350 billion like Biden did. So why do the Europeans have swagger? I realize President Trump said, hey, and he was trying to beat up Putin by saying, hey, I think that they didn't take it in a couple of weeks. They're a paper tiger. They're going broke. We're going to take their $350 billion of assets. We'll talk about that with Philip Patrick when they get here. Ukraine, cannot just go back and reverse what the war's done for the last 3 or 4 years, but then take back Donbass and Crimea. That's just President Trump negotiating. Why would NATO have swagger when internally to each country, they don't actually have the ability to put the money, the troops, and particularly the troops where they have to go to be prepared for combat in eastern Ukraine with the Russian army? Sir, we got about a minute. I'm going to hold you through. Give me a minute response.
Well, the first thing, Steve, to say is on your list of what is going wrong in Europe, I must add the fact that France's sovereign debt was downgraded by Fitch's, right? Which is Fitch, one of the 4 great ratings agencies. So that downgrade illustrates to the bond markets that France has insustainability in terms of its long-term debt. That is fundamentally the reason why France is a paper tiger, one of the most military powerful of the European nations. But coming back to why the swagger, Steve, now I will continue this after the break, but it's precisely for those reasons that they're incapable of doing anything without America, because they think, I don't know why, but they think that they have President Trump wrapped in to underwrite their security. If they didn't feel that, you wouldn't see the swagger.
Yeah. Hang on a second. I'll hold you to the break. This is because of Lindsey Graham and these guys are running around in Europe, go to these conferences and come back here and get on Fox TV. Lindsey Graham's now all for Bannon's Trump 28. Why? Because of what's happening in NATO and President Trump talking about winning the war in Ukraine. This is how cunning the Lindsey Grahams are. Anyway, short commercial break. An entire hour of heat next in the War Room.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 27 September in the year of our Lord 2025. President of the United States has authorized the Secretary, by a request from the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, to direct the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, if we can get that up, the True Social, to send all necessary force into Portland, Oregon, to immediately put down the Antifa raids against ICE and the federal facilities in Portland. At the same time, Jack Posobiec said at the opening of the show that Pam Bondi, the Justice Department, has authorized the opening up of the triggering the coordination of the Joint Terrorism Task Force to go after Antifa and all its associates, the transgender militias, the queer guns or armed queers of Salt Lake City and others, leading up to also using the Joint Terrorism Task Force tool set to go after the financiers, the media partners, the political partners, all of it. This is why the Democratic Party is in complete, absolute seizure. And all weekend, all you're going to hear is about President Trump and how bad he is. And so we dare you, Democratic Party, shut down the government for funding. If you want funding of illegal alien medical, it ain't going to happen. President Trump gave you a deal. The House passed a CR, either up or down. Take it or leave it. And if you leave it, wait for the mass firings. Russ Vought's got a plan. This is called going on offense, folks. This is offense. In the courts, you're going to see Bolton indicted, I think, this week. Maybe Big Tish James indicted. They just made moves against Fani Willis. And you heard it in the cold open. Well, nobody knows Fani Willis. Look, lady, the War Room knows her well, and the War Room posse knows her better than that. So, no, we're doing fine. Ben Harnwell, the one glitch in all this is, and I want to quote the Lavrov spokesman, Maria Zakharova, her quote this morning, and this is about potential drones flying everywhere, people saying they're false flags and or Russians doing it, all of it. A lot of confusion in the fog of war in Eastern Europe right now. Her quote, and she's Lavrov's mouthpiece, the spokesman, and when she speaks, it's Lavrov speaking. And when Lavrov speaks, it's Putin speaking. And when Putin speaks, it's the KGB guys that run the deal over there. And I want to give a quote. Never in modern times has Europe been so close to the start of World War III, end quote. It's like they watch the War Room. Ben Harnwell, your thoughts, sir?
Well, Steve, this comes back to the point I was saying before the break. One of the things that is moving this up the escalator is the fact that everyone now thinks that America is going to be involved in one way or another in the defense of Europe. There are, look, with all due respect to Maria Zakharova, it is absolutely clear that Russia is instigating a lot of these provocations with the drone incursions into Poland and into Denmark over the Danish airports. And you have the Russian fighter planes coming in. That happened this week. I think they were seen off escorted out by three Italian fighter planes that were there policing Estonia for the Estonians. The reason why we're on the world of the cusp of World War III, and this isn't simply a territorial dispute, is because of the United States. And as I was saying before the break, NATO and the European leaders are acting with a swagger because they think America is now going to be coming to their defense because they don't have the economic means to keep this going. That is why we're on the cusp of World War III. It's because of the ambiguity of the US position. And you asked me about Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO. He's reiterated in the last couple of days the absolute viability of NATO forces shooting down both obviously the Russian drones but also Russian jets. So look, that's the situation, and it's the fact that America is there. Is America going to come in? Let's go back to what I was saying at the beginning of my hit on the show today. Zelensky made it absolutely clear it wasn't just that he had spoken to President Trump about getting some long-range missiles to attack the energy infrastructure deep into Russia. That's not really, I think, what Zelensky was signaling. He made it clear that he had President Trump's explicit authorization to do that. That's the signal, if you will, Steve, rather than the noise. Yeah. He was making it absolutely clear to Russia that if he attacks deep into Russia, including, in Zelensky's own words, the attack striking the Kremlin, he would do that with President Trump's authorization, which he now claims to have. That's why, Steve, we're on the verge of World War III. In fact, no, I would add further, as you have said tirelessly, we are already in World War III. The point now is to get ourselves out of it without this becoming even more kinetic.
I'm going to talk to you about the economic warfare with Philip Patrick because, folks, we're getting very close to the point of no return here. And it's quite serious. At the exact time that Stephen Miller and others are talking about the sedition here in the United States, President Trump just ordered the Secretary of War, the U.S. Army, to go into Portland, Oregon with full force. And as Jack Posobiec texted me, that is kind of going to be a shoot-to-kill order. You watch. This is as serious as it gets. We're just sending, as we've argued for a long time, if it's not going to stop until you make it stop. And President Trump today is authorizing the Secretary of War to use all necessary force to put down the Antifa anti-ICE riots in Portland, Oregon. That's where we got to focus, not in the Russian-speaking eastern provinces of Ukraine. Ben Harnwell, you're doing an amazing job on this, and particularly you got the buried lead in the Axios interview where Zelensky accuses President Trump of giving him full authorization to do these strikes deep into Russia, and now he wants Tomahawk missiles, the same Tomahawk missiles fired from those great Navy submarines that took out the operations of the Iranian, the Persian nuclear weapons program. Yes, those Tomahawk missiles. Ben, where do people go for your content, sir, over the weekend?
Steve, I'm on Gettr, my social media platform of choice. Just tap in my surname, Harnwell, and you'll find some pretty provocative posts at the top of my feed waiting for your attention. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Great work. Sophia Georges is with us. I want to pivot now to politics, ground game politics, because what's going to happen in New York, you think we got a revolution going on, a color revolution at the ballot box in November. the city of New York is going to put up a mayor of the global financial center, the global capital of the world, New York City, the greatest city in the United States of America, to a combination of Marxists and jihadists. That's who's going to run the government, and they ain't never going to give it up when they get control. And this is brought to you by the elites in New York City, who now are bending the knee to this guy. Sophia Georges came on here months ago, and she said, hey, I'm running for, a town council in New Jersey, but I see I see what's happening, the ground truth, because I have a real estate business. And affordability is key. What does she say? Affordability in housing and the electrical bills. And right now we have a race in New Jersey, in blue New Jersey, that Scott Presser and others trying to make into purple New Jersey, where it's basically a dead heat for the governorship. So I got Dave Walsh and Sophia. Sophia, tell us, you called it months and months ago. You said this thing's going to come down to affordability, which is what the Marxist jihadists are using as a cover in New York City. But you said two things, Steve: the affordability crisis in housing and the electrical bills. Why is this race a dead heat right now in New Jersey, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Steve. Yes, affordability in housing, I saw it coming months ago. People were suffering. I mean, we started seeing a decrease in the qualifications for them to afford a home. I was seeing more and more people in multi-generational households. I was seeing young adults just coming out of school with great paying jobs, but still could not afford a home. And now we're seeing families, as I'm knocking on doors here in Franklin Township, Somerset County, who say, hey, I have a modest-sized home and I'm paying $900 a month in utility bills. And this is becoming unsustainable for families. As I knock on doors here in Franklin Township, Steve, doesn't matter if you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, people are feeling the pinch of the day-to-day grind of sustaining their household. And now their eyes are wide open. Every year for the last 8 years of this Democratic Murphy administration, they've been taking an inch. And this year they've taken a mile. And I think people are now starting to really pay attention. And I'm seeing it here as a microcosm in my town of what's happening in the state. And that is, like you said, translating into the statewide polls that we're seeing now.
Sophia, hang on for 1 second. I want to bring in Dave Walsh. Dave, you have been preaching this for a while, and now I've got an article about Pennsylvania. We got a huge team up at the Penn State-Oregon game today in Pennsylvania. Real Clear Wire is saying, basically agreeing with you, that the midterm elections in Pennsylvania, they say it's going to come down to the electrical bills. What is going on in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania is the Saudi Arabia natural gas. What is the problem in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, everywhere, that these electrical bills are exploding on people? As Sophia just said, people say, I got a modest-sized house, I got $900 a month in utility bills. People can't live like that. You can't afford almost $1,000 a month for utilities. Dave Walsh.
Well, Steve, we've had in PJM, which includes Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, other states, Virginia, Eastern Ohio, PJM, that grid of the U.S., we have now 7 years to 8 years of zero base load construction of power plants, of any new power plants. We've had the power plants that matter, ones that run on natural gas or coal. What we have had is the shutdown during that time period of many, many more hundreds of power plants that run on coal, some on oil, along with the non-building of baseload combined cycle plants. And the endeavor to replace that with 4-hour-a-day, 5-hour-a-day solar and 7-hour-a-day in some markets wind. That doesn't work. That creates a massive shortage. In addition to that, just now in the last year and a half, we've had this performative, I call it performative because it hasn't really happened yet, AI boom. AI and server centers are a big deal already. Server centers in Northern Virginia, AI is announcing a number of projects across PJM where some companies are now building their own capacity. Others are stealing capacity. such as Google just bought 2 dams on the Susquehanna, 700 megawatts worth of hydropower that they're now claiming they're going to be green. But that power's been there in supporting the grid and the average ratepayer for 60 years, the 700 megawatts they're acquiring to support another AI facility that they're building. So you've got this nexus of the shortage to begin with of baseload electricity that's caused rates to escalate rapidly, along with all the announcements of the build-out of more AI and data centers up there. So you've got a fight between the average ratepayer, who is compromised by this, where Microsoft, Google, Facebook can afford to pay a lot more and have utilities wait around in the background with gas turbines they've purchased for their use, and not the average ratepayer.
Let me ask you, we've talked about Germany deindustrializing around this bizarre theory of net carbon zero. Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, that part of Virginia. Did that, when you said nothing added to the grid, just taken off, for all this whack job stuff on solar, was this the same theory of the case? Are they really, with everything else going on, trying to go to a net carbon zero, and the ratepayers and the citizens of New Jersey are bearing the brunt of this? Dave, I'll tell you what, hold the answer. So hang on for a second. We're going to go to break. I don't have enough time for a good answer. We're going to come back to Dave Walsh. Sophia, who called this months ago, she said, hey, this is going to come down to affordability. It's going to come down to real estate prices, affordability of housing, and electrical and utilities. And I'm telling you, it's a dead heat in New Jersey. And that is a major, major, major potential pickup for MAGA. Short commercial break. We're going to return to New Jersey in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable.
There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, and remember, Pennsylvania is the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. Did the officials there and these public utilities, all this, did they do the same thing the German elites did in basically deindustrializing through this bizarro theory of net carbon zero, Dave Walsh?
They did exactly the same thing. They've been doing it for about 10 years. PJM has destructed huge amounts of coal and nuclear power, baseload power, shut down plants, shuttered them permanently, and attempted to displace them more recently in the last 7 years with solar power that runs only about 4.5 hours a day up there and wind power. This doesn't work. This has created a huge net electrification shortage, compounded now by AI coming on stream in the last year and a half with a lot of announcements of wanting to build massive new capacity up there that takes huge amounts of more electrification demand by them off the system. We had nationally, because of all this solar and wind growth, we had only 0.4% growth over the whole 6-year period from 2020 to 2025. The whole 6-year period, 0.4% growth in national electrification, while demand last year alone grew 2.9%, and now it's forecast to grow 4.5%, 5% over the next 10 years. And we've got a basis of all solar and wind that run part-time now.
Yeah. Because the AI is going to kick in, and it's going to go back to the average citizen to pay for it with these data centers. Dave,
exactly.
Hang on for 1 second. Sophia, you told us 4 or 5 months ago this race is going to come down, and Republicans are going to win because they're going to come down to affordability on housing and the electrical bills. You were talking about the electrical bills when nobody else talked about it, and I said, hey, she's a sweet kid. It's her first time in politics, but it's all coming true. But how do you know that? What are you doing that it gives you the ground truth that this is where this New Jersey race is going to come down to, ma'am?
All right. Well, I'm getting out there and talking to the people right here in Franklin Township, Somerset. I knock on everybody's door, Steve. I knock on Republicans, Independents, Democrats, and particularly when I knock on the Democrats' doors, the first thing I say to them is, have you checked your property tax bills? They say, yes, I did. And I'm a lifelong Democrat. I voted Democrat. But this year, I am not voting Democrat. And when I hear that, it was a light bulb went off saying, it's all going to come down to affordability. There's two things that's really affected the affordability here in Franklin Township, which is a microcosm, like I said, for the state, what's going on. And that is true, fair and transparent property tax assessments on the homes, and also these bloated budgets. Right here in Franklin, we saw a 16.6% average increase, and that's their numbers. I believe it's even higher in assessments. The year-to-date values of assessments in Franklin Township have only gone up 5.7%, according to the Real Estate Commission. Where is that 16.6% coming from? Well, then that brings us to the budgets. They thought that homeowners would think that the property taxes have gone up because of the crazy real estate market with these home prices. But it's really the budget, Steve. In New Jersey, they've seen a 70% increase in this budget, which I know are in the current race is a hot topic that we're going to try to reduce that. Here in Franklin, we have a $73.9 million budget with an almost $20 million cushion. That's almost a 20% difference. And the first thing we need to do is look at where is that money going? There's never been a clear answer. So that's one place that we can attack the budget to help bring relief to some of our homeowners. And also these assessments, we need to make sure that they're true, honest, and open, because it's not only about our assessments, this crazy real estate market. This is about grabbing money to fund projects such as the Board of Education, which just makes up 61% of these property taxes.
Yep.
So there's laws that were in place to cap that value, but they've exceeded it this year. $11 million exceeded in Franklin Township.
Sophia, where do they go? I'll have you back on next week because it's a dead heat in New Jersey across the board. Where do people go to get your campaign information and find out more about what's happening in New Jersey?
Okay. You can go to ftgop.org to learn all about these hot topics we just talked about and more for the campaign that's going on. You can reach me at my website, realsafitrealestate.com. All my handles are there. I post things about this too. I do a lot of social media, so I keep everybody informed. But please pay attention to these local elections. We can only win this if people do come out to vote. We have vote by mail going on right now. Early voting starts October the 25th. Of course, election day is November 4th. But we need people to come out. We need our independents. We need our Democrats and of course, our Republicans to all come out because I think these issues are a common concern, and I think people will come out in the droves and finally vote for us to make changes.
Thank you, ma'am. Dave, about these electoral issues, I know you're putting up stuff on Dave Walsh Energy. Where do people go?
Well, I'm on the True Social, X, and Getter on the topic. I've been speaking around Florida on this topic. I've met 17 Republican groups talking about the issues with this, people paying rabid attention to it, very, very animated in their disgust for this happening here as well. The same devotion to solar power over baseload conventional gas power is ruining electricity costs here in Maryland, in New Jersey. 10 years worth of these policies by the Democrats up there have not worked.
And President Trump couldn't be more adamant that he doesn't support any of this, and it's outrageous. One more time, where do they go? Where's Dave Walsh Energy? Where do we get it?
On Getter, True Social, and X, Steve. Dave Walsh Energy. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Affordability, New Jersey. Today, by the way, the brave folks in California will have more of this Monday and Tuesday. They're canvassing today. This redistricting is in the balance. Charlie Munger's son's putting in $40 or $50 million. I'm telling you, I think the polling shows at 51% right now, which is not where the Democrats need to be. That's going to be a brawl out there. You're seeing a brawl in New Jersey. So there's a lot of life in this affordability issue, which they're using this falsely in New York for Marxist jihadists to seal that city, is real. And it's going to be a huge thing in the midterms. Josh Pettit. We got you up here, brother. Quickly, I wanted to have more time, but we don't have it. President Trump went to Bethpage yesterday, absolutely had the time of his life. Just talk to us about the reason it's important is that course is open to the public. What does that mean, and why is this course so revered, sir?
Yeah, Steve, very quickly, let me connect some dots and point out the importance of why, of how important it was that President Trump attended the Ryder Cup yesterday. I have my weekend edition of your beloved FT, and just below the Comey story, the headline, first U.S. president to attend the Ryder Cup in nearly 100-year history. And I think for President Trump, this was very much a full circle moment, having been exiled from the world of golf, which he committed so much of his life to and loves so dearly. The Ryder Cup is one of the biggest events in all of golf and all of sport, really, and it's managed by the PGA of America. And the PGA of America is the same body that had contracted with the Trump organization to host what would have been the 2022 PGA Championship at his course at Bedminster. And that was pulled after the stolen election in January 6th. So for him to return, it was like, you know, and he had his event from Doral pulled from the PGA Tour. And as we've talked about, Turnberry, that venue's been pulled from the Open Rota. So he was very much persona non grata in the world of golf, and to come in yesterday like Charlemagne, I think it was a very special moment for him. And to do it in his own backyard in New York at the People's Golf Course. Bethpage Black has this great history. It was built in the mid-30s. It was a WPA project. It's always been public. It's a public state park, actually, run by the Long Island Parks Commission. And there's 5 golf courses there, but the Black is like the toughest. It's, you know, it's like they call it a man killer golf course. It's has this reputation of being one of the most brutally difficult golf courses in the entire world. And, you know, to get into golf course architecture, it's very much of the penal school of design as opposed to like heroic or strategic. And this golf course is absolutely brutal, but people love it. They love going there and getting absolutely destroyed by this golf course. They line up at 2 o'clock in the morning to play there. And it's very much, you know, it's where the, you know, just your local everyday Joe can go out and play one of the world's all-time greatest golf courses, designed by a great architect, A.W. Tillinghast, in the 1930s.
By the way, your assessment, President Trump, Doral, the Blue Monster, pulled from the PGA Tour. Bedminster taking away a PGA Championship. The Turnberry taken out of the Open Rota. President Trump, really, a big part of his life is supporting golf. And now you're absolutely correct. First time the Financial Times of London has it. The first time in over 100 years a president showing up at the Ryder Cup. Josh, I know you're covering this nonstop. What's your social media? We'll have you on Monday for a wrap-up of the Ryder and President Trump's participation. Where do people go over the weekend, sir?
And the crowd loved him. He got a great reception. The governor got booed, and everyone loved Trump being there. The players loved him. It had to have been a very special moment for him to be there with his granddaughter in his home state of New York. I'm at the Alistair McKenzie Museum, alistairmckenzie.org. You can find our social media there on X and Instagram. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
And show you Josh has got range. He's given props to Tillinghast. Thank you, sir. We'll see you on Monday to do a summary of all this. You nailed it with President Trump. And by the way, he enjoyed. I said yesterday, you could tell the joy he had having his granddaughter made the team at the University of Miami. Comstock, I got 60 seconds, brother. Thank you for joining us. Where do you go? Sacred Human Health. You are one of the leaders of the MAHA movement, sir. Where do people go to get these great products?
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com. Always make sure to use code WARROOM for 10% off. I wanted to mention, too, although our new Tallow Moisturizer and Creatine Monohydrate have been selling super fast since we launched, our 100% grass-fed beef liver is still our #1 product and remains undefeated. So I just want to say thank you to the War Room for being a huge supporter since we launched our beef liver, which has been our #1 product, an original product. It's grown like crazy. Everyone loves it, so we appreciate you.
It's an energy boost. Thank you for joining us on Saturday. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick, we're going to break some news here on what's driving the value and the price of gold next in the War Room.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257. That's 800-319-0257, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Philip Patrick joins us. Philip, the question, I've got a lot to talk about. The rate cut, the geopolitics of what's happening right now, not just simply in Gaza and the South China Sea, but really this situation with Russia and the Ukraine. This article the other day that the Financial Times London had said that we are now globally at $338 trillion of debt. But I want to start with just a basic question people ask me all the time. How did gold get to every day we're reaching a new high and it backs off a little bit, then we go back to a new high? How did we get here in a situation where gold goes from, I don't know, $1,100 a couple of years ago when we started this partnership of trying to explain to people about gold as a hedge? How did it get to 3,800? And what are the top financiers in the world seeing that's driving gold almost sometimes like a stock, which is not traditionally how it moves? Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, this isn't a new thing. Obviously, what we've been seeing since 2008, since 2020, has been unprecedented in terms of gold's movement. But it started really growing at the turn of the century. Gold, since January 1st, year 2000, has more than doubled the growth of the Dow and the S&P. And what's interesting is what changed at the turn of the century. It's when we started to massively increase the money supply. So surprise, surprise, there is a direct correlation between growth in debt, the money supply, and growth in gold. Look at what the Biden administration did. $8 trillion of liquidity pumped through the markets in 4 years. It's no surprise gold is moving at the level that it is. Now factor in $2 trillion deficits that were inherited from the Biden administration. We're looking fiscally unsound, and creditors are demanding more interest to lend us money, and they're looking for alternatives outside of the US dollar. Gold is now becoming, slowly, the favored central bank reserve asset. I've mentioned before, it overtook the euro last year. It's now a larger share of global reserves than US government debt. I think that trend will continue, and it'll support gold's price movement upwards. Ultimately, the biggest driver of all is all-time high demand, and it's central banks driving that demand for different reasons, right? It's dollar devaluation, but it's also predominantly Biden's weaponization of the dollar back in 2022. It made a lot of countries around the world start thinking this isn't a safe place to hold on to our wealth, and gold's benefiting from that upside.
Okay. Yesterday, on Friday, we found out, or I think it might have been Thursday night, that the Germans are now in on the $350 billion of dollar-denominated assets that have been seized by the West, and now they're actually thinking of monetizing those, or taking those, basically essentially stealing them from the Russian people, and use it to finance the Europeans' commitments to support the Ukraine war. I want to go back and make sure people understand this. When you said the central bank reserves have either been euros or U.S. dollars, essentially, right? And now gold is really taking the place of certain fiat currencies. Folks, this is something you must understand, because this is central to your financial security going forward. The dollar itself, and also the gold as a hedge, because right now, these central banks of the world are telling you, because all this stuff going on, geopolitics, what's happening with actually the weaponization of currencies and taking people's assets, we like gold, right? Is that central? Is that the big shift you've seen happening now, that they're actually the central banks who a lot of people like you and I as investment bankers, I remember I was trained at Harvard Business School in globalization and then went to work for Goldman Sachs. People that were like Ron Paul, people that were gold bugs were looked at as kind of wingnuts, right? Back in the 80s, in the 90s, right? And even Nixon and those guys thought so. That's why they got us off the gold standard. It was looked at as almost archaic. That is so change. And folks, you got to understand, the smartest people in finance right now, this is why Ray Dalio came out the other day and said it, that now the central banks are looking this as almost the reserve currency. Are they not, sir?
Absolutely, yes. It's so clear. I mentioned before on the show, Nicholas Taleb, the author of Black Swan on Bloomberg, said it. He said the dollar is losing global reserve currency status, and it is clear to see. 73% of central banks that were surveyed said over the next 5 years they were looking at massively increasing gold holdings and reducing US dollar holdings. This is out there and it is public. You mentioned weaponization. Look, there's morality, right? And I'm not touching on the morality of sanctions, right? That's a whole different ballgame. But think about the precedent we are setting, right? By seizing Russia's assets, we told any nation around the world, if you make a decision that we morally object to, your assets can become liabilities. That's not a business plan or a good business plan moving forward if you're looking to attract, if you're looking for people to hold your currency. Listen, we've got half the world that don't see things in the way that we do in the West. They're now starting to look for alternatives. And I think that's a train that we cannot stop. By the way, gold historically has been a much larger share of central banks' reserves. This shift towards the dollar has really been happening since the 80s. This is a reversion back now to larger gold holdings by central banks. And I don't think we're going to be able to stop it. I really don't.
So it was Keynes that called it. Didn't Keynes call it an archaic relic or something from times gone by, from ancient times? Didn't he mock it that way?
Yeah, and honestly, I thought it was a relic myself. At the turn of the century, I'm looking back at 100 years of performance, and I'm saying this thing doesn't grow. Now in the era of money printing, quantitative easing, it's so clear. I was wrong. Look at what central banks are turning to now. They are turning to gold, which is an age-old hedge on currency. It's where we're reverting to. So yes, I was one of those people as well, and I was wrong, and I am seeing it over and over again every day now with all-time highs, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
Lula, who turns out to be very charming, and people should know that, very charming, he's going to meet with the president this week. Now, I believe it actually may be by teleconference or Zoom or something like that, but it may actually be a bilat in the White House, given their brief meeting at the UN. And Lula, because Brazil always goes first by tradition and custom, before the president came up, he essentially ripped the United States on everything without naming the president's name. The president is getting briefed by a number of people, some of those very close to the war room this weekend. Philip Patrick, we're going to throw your notes in there too. If you had a chance to directly talk to the president about Lula, his involvement in the BRICS nations, and what the BRICS nations are thinking of, because you would be the only person briefing the president that was actually at the Rio reset, what would you tell him, sir?
Look, I want some time to put some notes together for sure. Look, it ties in to what we said. I think we need to handle this situation with care. I am no fan of President Lula, absolutely not. But you heard Lula came out with fighting words. I think there's an opportunity here for President Trump to build some bridges, to use carrots over sticks, and to try and pull Brazil towards us and away from China. Look, the one thing I heard when I was out in Brazil, hey, the Chinese are here. The new development bank are here. They're offering us no strings attached. It's not that easy dealing with the West. So I think we need to start incentivizing these nations. I think Brazil is a good place to start. Without Lula, I don't think Brazil are heavily involved in the BRICS, certainly not with Bolsonaro at the head. So we need to bring Lula on side. And like I said, I think carrots, not sticks, will be the way to do it. Let's not threaten sanctions. Let's talk cooperation. That's the strategy China have been using to good effect with Brazil. And I think we could take a leaf out of their book in that respect. So that would be my recommendation.
I find that fascinating. Walk me through that one more time, because you know, hey, in the war room, we always want to drop the hammer. You're saying you believe maybe the hammer's been dropped one time too many, and this BRICS thing's real. People have to understand this is kind of an organization now, what we call the Global South, although obviously it carries a lot of weight north of the equator. But you're almost implying to me, Philip, that this is this alignment, the BRICS nations, is something you got to be very careful screwing with, because they got a ton. First of all, they have all the natural resources on Earth virtually, right? And they're not particularly pro-Western, sir.
Yeah, look, we saw it when we went there, right? President Trump, he knows how to drop the hammer. That's one thing he's very good at. We saw it, though, in Brazil when we were at the meeting. President Trump came out, he threatened the BRICS. He said 10% tariff for anyone that pursues de-dollarization, and then a 50 on Brazil. But you heard Lula come out. His response was certain. Up until that point, they'd never talked about de-dollarization. They talked about cooperation, but it was never anti-US. That response sparked Lula, and he came out and he said, listen, we're sovereign nations. We don't want an emperor. We're going to continue to de-dollarize piece by piece until it's consolidated. So, the hammer ultimately just fueled the fire. I think there's a real opportunity here for President Trump to bring Lula a little bit closer and get what we need out of them. We got to break this relationship down with China and Brazil, put some sort of blocks in the BRICS, if you will. And I think President Trump has an opportunity to do that. He's ultimately an expert negotiator, and I think he'll get what he wants out of this. Let's use carrots a little bit more than sticks in this situation, or I think we'll get better results.
Philip, if you can hang on, I want to hold you into the D block. Folks, the End of the Dollar Empire, now 7 installments. Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. You get access to it, all 7. We're coming out with a physical copy of it. The demand's been so high. We're also working on a couple of new installments even as we speak. This will get you up to speed on everything about the nomenclature, the process. And remember, our watchword here when we put this together, I think 4 years ago, was that it's too many people come on, just buy gold, buy gold, buy gold, here's the price. It's very important that you understand the process, not the price, which you can get a quote every day, but the process that drives the value of gold. Once you understand that, so much in your life regarding your own personal finances, your community's finances, your families, and your country's will start to become clear. And so that's why we took a lot of time. In fact, now I'm really proud of Philip and his team working with us that some finance courses in college level finance courses are actually starting to use this as kind of a primer so people can get access and understand kind of the nomenclature. Also, Philip and the team have a great guide to investing in gold and precious metals right now in the age of Trump. Just take your phone out and text Bannon at 989898. You can get it right away, and you can get access to Philip, Patrick, and the team. Short commercial break. We're going to return in a moment.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the seas.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Philip, before I let you go, two things. I want people to figure out how to work with you directly. But I want to just talk one more topic. The Financial Times, like I said, had this piece out, this article out, had this analysis that for the first time in history, most debt ever, $338 trillion. When you add up everything from municipalities, cities, state governments, local governments, international governments, corporate bonds, private debt, all of $338 trillion. Ray Dalio's now picking up the mantra of the War Room that we're concerned about the world's largest margin call. What are your thoughts on this? And what happens, particularly in something like a hedge, which gold has been by now, the central banks, if we do have, and right now with the situation geopolitically, I just keep telling people, I said, hey, until we solve this geopolitical situation in Ukraine and that part of Eurasia and down in the Middle East, we are getting sucked in every day more and more to the kinetic part of the Third World War. What are your concerns about this, sir?
Look, I mean, debt is the problem of the West today. And I think the world's largest margin call means a lot of lenders are going to take a haircut. And I think, quite honestly, central banks around the world, they see the writing on the wall. They understand the history of currency very well, better than most. And it's exactly why partially central banks are buying gold again in record levels. There is no counterparty risk. They're the ones who print currency. They know what it's worth. And I think ultimately the OECD report is just a very, very strong argument for gold. But, you know, this isn't just a domestic problem in the United States. This is a problem that the West has broadly. And I don't think it bodes well longer term. All of this, you know, everything we're talking about about interest rate cuts, but debt service going up. We're talking about the BRICS running away from the dollar. All of this is in the context of a $37 trillion debt pile domestically in the United States, $330 trillion of debt around the world. It is a massive problem. We are leading the way when it comes to debt, and I think being the world's largest economy, the greatest economy, we have the most to lose from this. So I'm getting concerned, to say the least, but I'm buying gold at current level.
Yeah, and no, this is what concerns me. We can't even have an adult conversation about this budget, which is still working off Pelosi and Biden's numbers, and they still don't have appropriations. And when Russ Vought sets the trap for him, if they're going to shut down the government, he's going to have massive layoffs, which would cut costs and cut spending. They freak out, and if they capitulate, it'll be on this one topic. So it shows you that we got such a long way to go in this country till we start dealing with the underlying fiscal and monetary issues. That's why I think now more than ever you need to think about gold. People ask me all the time, how do we get direct relationship with Philip Patrick? How do we get a working relationship with him? So walk us through how we do that.
It is really simple. birchgold.com/Bannon. Reach out, get the information. I am on the phone to your viewers all day long when I'm not sitting here in interviews. They're going to have access to a lot of people like myself. We're here to guide people through, answer the questions, and just get people educated. That ultimately is our job. From there, people will do what they need to do themselves. So birchgold.com/Bannon. Really simple. Get the information, and we'll be here to help you.
Last question. As you look forward, rate cuts coming, in the future, do you think the Fed is going to hit us with 2 more 25 basis points cuts before the end of the year?
Yeah, I think they absolutely will. Let's see what happens, though. We need them to start lowering debt service to ease some pressure on President Trump. And in order to do that, we're going to have to get our fiscal house in order, at least show the world that we're taking steps to do it. And I think President Trump is doing a very good job, but it is a very difficult job. So we need to give him time. And in the meantime, I think we need to hedge ourselves.
I want to thank you, sir. Philip Patrick, I want to thank you for the audience. People love working with you guys, and it's been quite a run. But I think the takeaway, folks, is that we're giving you an insight, and Philip Patrick's giving you insight you're not getting from a lot of other people. Before, it was Eurodollars and dollars that were kind of the reserves of these banks. That is going through a radical transformation, and they're going back, and really what Philip's saying is kind of reverting back to the beginning of the Bank of England and the central banks back to the late 19th century and early 20th century, when gold was a much higher part of their reserves than it got to be in the latter part of the 20th century. That's reversed, and that reversion means that gold's got a substrate in it and is now being looked at as kind of, I think eventually maybe the world's reserve currency, the rate we're going. Philip Patrick, once again, where do people go to get you?
Very simple, birchgold.com/Bannon. Get the information, and they can reach me at Philip Patrick on Getter. So birchgold.com/Bannon, at Philip Patrick on Getter.
Yeah. Make sure they get so many different methodologies how you can get into gold, IRAs, 401ks, tax deferred, tax free, all of it. Go check it out today. Philip Patrick, thank you for taking time on your Saturday to join us, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
There are decades in which nothing happens, and then weeks of which decades happen. As we keep telling you, we're having week after week after week after week of this. Just absolutely incredible, just what's going on. I want to thank everybody on our production team here. Wayne Allen Root on Saturday. Wayne Allen Root follows us during the work day. It's the Charlie Kirk Show, but on Saturdays, Wayne Allen Root. Make sure you stick around for that. Keep it right here at Real America's Voice all weekend. And you can check me out on Getter. I'll be posting updates on everything that's going on. And folks, there's so much going on. So make sure you go to my Getter account over at Getter. I want to thank you. We're going to leave you with the right stuff. A way to kind of kick you off into the afternoon of a Saturday on Ryder Cup weekend here in the United States. See you back here Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, when you will be back in the war room.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
And welcome to Wayne Allen Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
He loves Israel. He loves our country.
I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight.
One of the most popular hosts.
You are my Superman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got radio, he got television, he's got a beautiful wife.
We are under invasion at the border.
This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense.
Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. Your fans love you.
Thank you very much. And they love you too. And for good reason, because you have a spirit and you get it at the same time. You're both angry, but a happy warrior nevertheless. Wayne Allen Root.
I salute you.
Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
All right, the root's on fire. I'm Wayne Allen Root. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the mainstream media. I'm the loudest MAGA mouth in the USA, coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, except for Christmas. With the fastest show in the history of TV, this show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. Reminder, my command central, root4america.com. At the top are 4 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast, watch Wayne's daily video podcast. Click, and you're on live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows. Root4america.com. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear what you think of this show, wayneroot@gmail.com. I read every email. If you look forward to watching America's Top 10 Countdown show every Saturday, I hope you're watching my daily video podcast, my War Zone podcast with Wayne Allen Root. This podcast is now the official podcast of the Gateway Pundit, reaching their 2.5 million unique daily readers at the Gateway Pundit. Gateway Pundit is the most influential site of the MAGA movement with over 1 billion unique views in 2024 and headed much higher in 2025. And breaking news, my daily podcast is now a TV show too. We just joined the lineup at Patriot TV. 2 hours a day of war at Patriot TV daily at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. War Zone every day, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific at patriot.tv, thegatewaypundit.com, rumble.com. Just type in Wayne Root or Wayne Alla or Warzone, or live streamed at the top of my social media pages at X, Getter, and Truth Social at Real Wayne Root. All right, it's time for my opening commentary. It's titled, What Explains the Severe Mental Illness of Democrat Women? They cheered the death of Charlie Kirk. Pregnant Democrat women guzzle Tylenol to spite President Trump. Ben Affleck's daughter demands masks for life at the United Nations. I can solve the mystery. It's the COVID vaccine, stupid. There's no longer any question. The Democrat Party is filled with crazy people, deranged people, mentally ill people, dangerous, violent, hateful people, loons, nut jobs, weirdos, and killers. The Charlie Kirk assassination brought them all out of the closet. And plenty of them are men, by the way. The killers are all men. But there is a special dangerous category, a subset within the group, Democrat women. They are the craziest, the most mentally ill of all, and perhaps the most hateful and the ones who are the most dangerous, too. None of this is new. It's just the worst it's ever been. And for the first time, it's all out in the open. I've known about this for decades, and I've been warning, like Paul Revere, riding through the streets of Boston. The Democrat women are crazy. The Democrat women are crazy. But now everyone knows I was telling the truth. Everyone can see it with their own eyes. Back in 1981, I saw it for the first time. I was sitting in my political science class at Columbia University. It was the largest class at Columbia. About 250 students sitting in a large theater with high ceilings. Suddenly, a student burst through the door. We all turned around to look. He was breathless, excited, screaming, and he yelled out, "Reagan has been shot. They've assassinated President Reagan." The reaction of the class shocked and revolted me, disgusted me. Standing ovation. My classmates were standing, cheering, high-fiving, hugging, celebrating like it was New Year's Eve. And the majority of the class was women. They were literally foaming at the mouth with hatred for Ronald Reagan, a great man that I loved like a second father. That's when I realized the truth about liberals. Many of them are mentally ill, filled with hate, and want us dead. They were then and are today literally foaming at the mouth with hatred and bloodlust for us. And liberal women, the most crazy, nasty, and hateful of all. I've told this story over the years, but I think most normal people either didn't believe it or didn't believe it could be that bad or thought it only applied to a small sliver of ultra-liberal radical students that are only found at Ivy League colleges. The truth is, the entire base of the Democrat Party is nuts, especially Democrat women. The truth is, the entire base of the Democrat Party is nuts, especially liberal women. They are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs nuts. They are one flew over the cuckoo's nest nuts. They are John Hinckley Jr. nuts. That's the man who shot Reagan. And they are Stepford wives brainwashed. Here are the three most recent eye-opening examples of this Democrat women with mental illness phenomenon, far worse than my days at Columbia. First, while the assassination of wonderful family man and Christian activist and man of God, Charlie Kirk, was shocking, the reaction from the left to his assassination was even more shocking and even more revolting. Democrats, and especially Democrat women, cheered Charlie's cold-blooded murder like they just won the lottery. These brainwashed Kool-Aid drinkers thought it was cool to openly celebrate an assassination of a great man. Female teachers thought it was normal to celebrate murder in front of their students. Doctors and lawyers celebrated on social media, too. They had no idea that they could lose their jobs over acting nuts, or that millions of Americans would find their reaction revolting and disturbing, and that's why millions are changing to the Republican Party. Then we come to the pregnant Democrat women who responded to President Trump's public warning this week that Tylenol can cause autism in babies by guzzling tons of Tylenol pills on video, on social media. Pregnant women, big bellies, they're clearly pregnant and they're scarfing down Tylenol after Trump told them it's dangerous. These pregnant women are so mentally ill, they've lost touch with reality. So mentally ill, they hate President Trump more than they love their own babies. So mentally ill, they are risking their babies' lives to make a political statement. What if the baby dies? What if the baby has brain damage? What if the baby develops severe autism for life and can't talk? Today we found out that one of these crazy liberal women suffered a fatal Tylenol overdose and is on a ventilator fighting for her life and the life of her unborn child. How tragic. Every one of these pregnant women should be arrested for child endangerment and have their babies taken away at birth to protect them from their dangerously mentally ill and unfit mothers. Finally, we saw Violet Affleck, the Hollywood Lucky Sperm Club, spoiled brat daughter of Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner, give a speech at the United Nations demanding mask mandates for everyone for life. There she stood in glasses and a filthy face diaper covering her pale face, scared to death over a germ and demanding we all live in fear, cowering and covering our faces for the rest of our lives to keep her safe from catching a cold because of a pandemic that ended 5 years ago. The poor girl doesn't need a mask. She needs a rubber room, a straitjacket, and a lifetime of Thorazine pills. Folks, this isn't normal. Liberal women were always crazy, but this is a new level of crazy. Something really bad has caused a pandemic of severe mental illness. Something has altered the brains of these liberal women. Let me be the first to break the code. It's the COVID vaccine. Doctors, scientists, and numerous peer-reviewed studies have warned the COVID jab causes severe neurological damage. Liberal women have all drank the Kool-Aid propaganda from Big Pharma and the endless lies from bribed Democrat politicians. Their entire lives are dominated by the fear of a cold germ. So they're all on their 10th COVID booster shot. The COVID booster acts like a brain-eating amoeba. Spike proteins have attacked their brain cells, and I believe they've lost all ability to reason or question or accept dissent. Worse, they no longer have any filter protecting themselves from violent, self-hating, self-destructive, and suicidal thoughts. The COVID vaccine boosters have hollowed out their brains, and all that's left is hatred, violent delusions, lack of impulse control, and anger towards normal people with normal lives. Now I hope you understand what we're dealing with. This is a new level of insanity and reckless, dangerous behavior and hate speech and hate crimes caused by a deadly experimental vaccine. It's the COVID vaccine, stupid. The vax didn't make liberal women crazy. They've been that way for many decades, as my Columbia University story proves. But the dangerous side effects of the COVID vax took it to a whole new level of crazy never before imagined. That's the only possible explanation for what we're seeing and hearing and experiencing today. All right, sponsor of this entire show, not just this segment, but the main title sponsor of the show is my good friends at Energized Health. I joined the Energized Health program in November of 2020, almost 5 years ago, and it changed my life and it changed my career. It supercharged my career. I lost 25 pounds of fat and gained 10 pounds of muscle in only 88 days. I didn't lose any weight. It's not a weight loss program. But in 88 days, I lost 25 pounds of fat. 5 years ago, my life's never been the same. I gained energy, I gained health, I gained intercellular hydration, I got in the best shape of my life, and I gained 3 new TV shows past the age of 61. If you count my podcast now on Liberty, on Patriot.tv, that's 4 TV shows past the age of 61. Never happened in TV history. I know why it happened. The fat melted off my face. Show the pictures. I'm 64 years old. I look younger now than I did at 50. That's impossible. Energized Health is my fountain of youth. It reversed aged me. I'll be in this program for life. It's simple, it's easy, it's healthy. For decades, Energized Health has transformed the lives of thousands of people using the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Now, here's your chance to be like Wayne. Energized Health can change your life and supercharge your health just like it did for me, and I hope reverse age you just like it did for me. Right now, Energize Health's offering my fans the War 40% off action discount. 40% off. Go on the same journey as me with 40% off. Just type in War when you get to the website, energizehealth.com, or say War when you speak to one of their representatives. War for Wayne Allen Root. energizehealth.com. All right, we're coming right back with the start of America's Top 10 Countdown.
Show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
All right, Wayne Allen Root, always bringing you great opportunities. It's time to discover how you can invest in the most advanced consolidated tungsten deposit in the United States. You may ask, what is tungsten? Tungsten is the metal of strength, powering missiles, tanks, fighter jets, and the ammunition that keeps our nation safe. But here's the danger. China controls nearly all of it, and that's a national security risk that we can't ignore. Right here at home, we got the answer. Patriot Critical Minerals owns the most advanced tungsten deposit in the United States, right in my home state of Nevada. A mega discovery that can fuel our defense, secure our economy, and provide independence. And I am joined now by the CEO of Patriot Critical, Brody Sutherland. Brody, welcome aboard. Tell us a bit about yourself and your company, Patriot Critical Minerals.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. We're excited to be here. Myself, I'm a geologist, driving projects forward just like this. I mean, for over a decade that America has not produced any tungsten. We're looking to change that with the most advanced asset on American soil.
Why is tungsten so important to the U.S. economy and our national defense?
China has controlled over 83% of it, and February this year, they banned all export. We need to secure this on American soil, and we can do that. We have the people, we have the project, we have the process. Drill, baby, drill. Let's develop this thing.
How will Patriot Critical Minerals be able to impact U.S. manufacturing, defense, and technology?
It's secure, stable supply, and it starts with one of the largest, most advanced tungsten deposits that we have access to, and it's fully ready to take online. We're going to advance this thing as quickly as we can towards production, and this is going to give us stable supply for a long, long time.
Why do accredited investors need to get involved now and not wait?
The price of tungsten has doubled this year, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down, Wayne. This is the time to be investing in these metals. Again, we need these on American soil. This is a very important project for America, and we're looking to advance this as fast as we can.
To learn about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals, to ask questions, scan the QR code right on the screen. There's the QR code, or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. And we say goodbye now to Brody Sutherland. Thank you, Brody. patriotcritical.com. Countdown begins. Let's go right to number 10. Well, this one's simple. Obamacare is the biggest failure in the history of America. And I don't think the politicians at the top, including the GOP ones, understand how bad it is. It has raised prices to levels no one ever thought possible when Obama first started telling us how expensive health care was in America. It has quadrupled all the costs of health care, doctor visits, hospital visits, drugs and health insurance, all now 4 times more unaffordable than before Obamacare, when Obama claimed it was unaffordable. And Democrats in Congress are trying to hold the entire government hostage if they don't get their way. We are facing a government shutdown. Why? Democrats are demanding hundreds of billions of dollars for free health care for illegal aliens. Never give in, President Trump. Call their bluff. Shut it all down. But be sure to tell the American public why. Because Democrats want to bust the budget, bankrupt health care, steal your tax dollars for free health care for illegal aliens who've broken into our country and shouldn't be here in the first place. Well, you pay quadruple for the same health care. and wait for weeks or months to see a doctor because tens of millions of illegals are waiting in line ahead of you. Never give in, President Trump, and get rid of Obamacare. Countdown number 9. President Trump was at the United Nations this week, gave one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard, except the media didn't report it. And few ever heard it at the United Nations. The sound was off. While Trump was talking, no one in the audience could hear him, and that included Melania. His teleprompter also broke. It was blank. It took 15 minutes to fix, and the escalator shut down as soon as the president and Melania stepped onto it. If they were not holding on tightly, it stopped cold. They could have been killed or badly injured. I know because my wife Cindy has 2 friends who were both in escalator accidents, same scenario. It stopped cold. One of them fell to her death. That's right, dead. And another one broke literally every bone in her body and was never the same again. Was this an assassination attempt by United Nations employees? The UN is no good. Never has been. Here's my tweet on Friday. If I was President Trump, I'd tell the UN to vacate the premises immediately. You're on U.S. soil. We're ending your lease. Get out of the USA. You're no longer welcome here. Find a new home, you communist, anti-American, anti-capitalism, Jew-hating, dirty bastards. It's time to leave the UN. Every nation there has one thing in common. They hate America and they hate Israel. And they hate America even more for being Israel's best friend and ally. This is the same UN who gave the world stage to Violet Affleck, Ben Affleck's daughter, a 19-year-old fool who has no medical background, to lecture the world and demand mask mandates for everyone for life. What a pathetic tragedy. Leave the UN and remove the United Nations from U.S. soil. Arrivederci. Adios. Never be back. Countdown number 8. All right, we've talked about in the past an illegal alien who had a commercial truck driving license and smashed into a highway and killed a whole bunch of people. That was like 2 weeks ago. Well, we got another carbon copy story, another illegal alien from India, same as the last one, with a U.S. commercial truck driving license, has caused another terrible accident. Here it is. Biden-era illegal alien truck driver from India cripples 5-year-old girl in California. Her name, Delilah Coleman, 5 years old. The crash resulted in her inability to walk, talk, eat orally, or attend kindergarten. She was in a coma for 3 weeks and required 6 months of hospital treatment before her family could bring her home. What a tragedy. Meantime, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy releases stunning details involving nationwide abuse in issuing commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens and declares an emergency rule to address the crisis. Folks, do you understand under Joe Biden, the whole country was given away to illegal aliens? They even put them at the wheel of 18-wheel, how many ton trucks that could kill you and your family speeding down a highway. Madness. Countdown number 7. Well, what's happening in America is not only a communist takeover at all levels of government, media, and our education system, public schools, universities. It's not just communist, it's demonic. I've warned about this for years now, and on this show, dozens of times. Democrats are not normal. What they're acting like, what they're saying, the things they're doing, not normal. They're possessed. This is demonic. This is from the devil, Satan. Proof. You want some proof? Well, it's interesting because Megyn Kelly, this week on her podcast, was talking about witches hired by the Jezebel website to curse Charlie Kirk in the days before his assassination. I will point out that the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the next day, he was assassinated on a Wednesday, the next day on Thursday, I was on my podcast talking about this story a whole week before Megyn Kelly. But the reality is that someone hired witches at this website to curse Charlie Kirk. And the witches said, give it 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, and the curse will kick in. And literally at the moment of that 2.5 weeks, Charlie Kirk was assassinated and killed. There are demonic forces running wild in our country Unbelievable. And one more story. Leftists at a riot fest in Chicago behead an Elon Musk effigy and disembowel a Trump effigy. If you don't think that's demonic, I got news for you. That's demonic. Countdown number 6. I said we have a demonic attack on America. We also have a communist attack on America. Just remember this number, 50501. It's a name of an anti-fascist movement, 50501. And they want total violence. They want a total takeover of America. And they want assassinations. Remember that name. It'll be in the news a lot over the next few weeks. Wayne Root told you, 50501. Countdown number 5. Lots of crazy news, lots of bad news, but also good news. President Trump's on the job. Great milestone this week. The DHS celebrated 2 million illegals have left the country since January. And guess what? At this pace, we have a shot at 15 to 20 million deportations by the end of Trump's term. God bless President Trump. All right, this segment was sponsored by Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. The golden age of Trump prosperity is all about making America the energy capital of the world. Enter Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. It took 40 years to piece together this 40,000-acre giant gas discovery. It could be the largest oil and gas discovery since the Permian Basin, with a forecast projecting the first 25 wells alone to produce 400 million cubic feet per day of natural gas, and by 2035, targeted production of over 1 billion cubic feet a day. This is all about the surge in AI, artificial intelligence data centers. It's placing soaring demand on energy resources. This is how we power the AI future of America with clean natural gas. Headed by oil and gas legend Mark Bruner, whose previous public companies delivered spectacular returns for investors at their peaks. Pinnacle Energy grew about 100 to 1 for investors. Every $1 you put in, you got 100 back. And Ultra Petroleum grew about 1,000 to 1 for investors. Every $1 you put in, you got back 1,000. To learn more about investment opportunities with Lost Soldier Oil and Gas, go to lostsoldier.com and fill out the contact form. That's lostsoldier.com. All right, up next, great guest, Nancy Mace, United States Congresswoman. Then on to the Final Four, also known as Root Madness.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
All right, welcome back. The Root is on fire. RootForAmerica.com, my command central. All my TV shows, all my podcasts, all my radio shows, all my commentaries are there. RootForAmerica.com, and you can email me anytime, WayneRoot@gmail.com. All right, Goldgate Capital is the sponsor of this segment of the show. I've spent the past 25 years warning you about inflation, reckless spending, insane levels of deficit and debt. Half the country had 100 different forms of welfare, including tens of millions of illegal aliens. This is a ticking time bomb. And if America doesn't explode and Trump gets us back in line again, guess what? The world's going to explode. The debt, the deficit around the world, and World War III looming. The best solution I see to prevent economic decline, or worse, total collapse and disaster, is gold, which is why every central bank in the world is right now buying all-time record amounts of gold. When I first started singing the praises of gold, it was $400 per ounce. Today, it's in the vicinity of $4,000. It's headed right for $4,000. So what are you waiting for? Follow the smart money. I believe the table is set for the most incredible bull rally in precious metals history. But don't wait or procrastinate. You don't want to be left behind holding the bag, a bag full of worthless paper. Goldgate Capital sells physical gold and silver delivered right to your door or inside your IRA, SEP IRA, 401k, retirement account, 100% insured. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Doesn't get any better than this. And only for my fans, Goldgate Capital is giving the first 50 callers a free silver mercury dime, a symbol of freedom and prosperity. Plus, with a qualified purchase, you could receive up to $20,000 in free silver. Call Goldgate today. The first 50 callers get a free silver mercury dime, and qualified buyers get up to $20,000 in free silver. Call 855-770-GOLD. That's 855-770-GOLD. All right. So up next, it's time for my conversation with Congresswoman Nancy Mace from my daily video podcast, War Zone, which you can find at thegatewaypundit.com and rumble.com, and now at Patriot TV, patriot.tv. Nancy Mace has represented South Carolina's 1st congressional district since 2021. In 1999, she became the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, formerly an all-male military college. I told her the Republican Party needs more people like her and President Trump, tough, confident fighters. My interview with Nancy Mace.
Yeah, no, we call that walk the winner's swagger. Trump has it. He does it well. And, you know, you go to the school of hard knocks, Wayne, and we both share that in common. I am also a high school dropout. I dropped out at the age of 17. That's when I became a Waffle House waitress. And, you know, those girls are tough. And I swear if we had a Waffle House waitress at 3 miles of the border, there would be no illegals crossing into our country. Because they would be taking them out every step of the way.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a great line. I hope you use that in your campaigns because that's a winner. So why do you think I'm always the biggest topic I ever have on the show is I'm a normal all-American guy, right? I was raised a normal guy. And so I find Democrats' behavior to be so abnormal. That's all they do is they fight for transgenders. They fight for illegal aliens. They fight for criminals. They fight for like that horrible guy on the train that murdered that nice Ukrainian girl, that beautiful Ukrainian girl.
Hate crime. We call that a hate crime.
What kind of a human being?
What is the matter with them? Why are they for the weirdest, most horrible, evil, bizarre people in society? I don't get it.
I think it's the chemicals in our food. It's warping their brain, quite frankly. I think being a member of the Democrat Party is possible mental illness. I don't understand how anyone can take these positions and think it's anything but crazy and lunatics. And, you know, when you look at their ideology and their policies, the Republican Party is the party of normal. These people have lost their mind, and they're willing to burn down our country. They're a threat to democracy. They're willing to just burn the whole thing down because they don't like a guy in the White House. Like, it is the dumbest, most unfulfilling thing I've ever seen in my life. They're defending MS-13. They're defending a guy with a pocket knife who murdered that young Ukrainian refugee in the neck. That I don't know if you saw those photos. I don't encourage you to look at them, but they're online on X right now. And the look of fear in her eyes, the look of terror in her body, the way she was crouched trying to protect her body, and no one on that train in Charlotte set up to help that poor, frail, gentle soul who was murdered in cold blood. And, you know, there's blood on the hands of the judge who let that violent offender free. Blood on her hands.
And the mayor of Charlotte, who seemed to be defending the murderer. It's the strangest thing, Nancy. I just don't get it. I've got a 17-year-old daughter and a 32-year-old daughter, and I saw that, and I just watched that exact video on X that you're talking about right before you came on. Someone sent it to me and said, when you watch this, you'll never be the same. And the only thing I could say is I don't feel like I'll never be the same, because I grew up with that kind of violence at the inner city high school I went to. I saw people killed. I saw people knifed. A guy tried to murder me with a machete. So to me, it wasn't shocking. It was just horrible to see an innocent young woman being murdered in front of my eyes. That was the shocking part. And I just could picture it could have been my daughter, your daughter. Just awful that this could happen in America. And no Democrat cares, even though all they cared about was Ukraine, 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 and sending money to Ukraine. But here, a Ukrainian girl would have been safer in Ukraine than on the streets of America, because judges let all the criminals out, and there's no death penalty, and there's no more 3 strikes and you're out. We got to change all this, don't we? We have to.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm a very much like a civil rights. I have a small little libertarian streak, but the crime that I've seen increase exponentially under the Biden administration, I'm just like off with everybody's heads. Like, just go in jail. There's no get out of free card.
Exactly.
If you're violent, you don't get out.
Public hangings.
I can't even anymore. These people, we've tried to be forgiving. We've tried to say, let's reduce the rate of recidivism. It's not working, and I don't think it is until we like, you know, put child rapists, you know, capital punishment for people that rape kids. I mean, I can't even right now, because it's just so out of control. And you're the mayor of Chicago. Did you see 53 shootings last weekend? And he doesn't want Donald Trump to come into Chicago and prevent more shootings. Especially, like, this is like, we're talking about black on black crime primarily, and you don't want him to come in there and end that. I just can't even. It's so moronic.
The fights you've had with Jasmine Crockett are legendary on the House floor, and I love watching them, Nancy. I got to tell you, I think it's great because she has such a big mouth, and she's such a liberal and such a loser, and you put her in her place, and I think it's great.
Well, she also just doesn't tell the truth. And I have a big hard line with anyone who lies or doesn't tell the truth or pretends to be something that they're not. I'm from a small town in Goose Creek, South Carolina. I don't have to fake anything. And if this woman could just figure out, you know, her life, she might be a better person, but she's not. I mean, they're all grifters on the left side of the aisle, and they lie, and they're aided and abetted by the mainstream media. It was CNN and MSDNC that made Jasmine Crockett, that gave her that microphone. And it's a complete disgrace to the constituents that she serves. She clearly doesn't see them as a priority. Neither does she see serving our country. And no one on the left side of the aisle, I think, believes in a true Republican democracy and the presidency. I mean, I just can't believe that they have any sort of power or even electable in this country right now.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, she's about to lose her seat, right? Didn't they redistrict and she's out now? She doesn't have a seat anymore in Texas in the next election. Is that not correct?
I hear that her and Al Green will be out of a job come next year. We can only pray.
Good. I like to hear that. Although they always pop up somewhere. They'll find some liberal district and they'll run in a primary and maybe unseat the incumbent Democrat in some district that's 100%, commie influenced. But hopefully we've seen the last of her in the United States Congress. Hopefully. You're a big person, right? I don't know if you all are, but I know you're a big MAGA congresswoman now. Were you always MAGA, or is that something you've grown into? I have no idea.
Well, no, I've been MAGA from day one. I'm an OG or an original. I was one of Donald Trump's first hires on his presidential campaign back in 2015 in South Carolina, because South Carolina is first in the South when it comes to presidential elections. And I worked for him for about a year, and I traveled the country. I went from state to state, East Coast to West Coast, working to get him elected in 2016, earlier than just about anybody who was on board. I was one of the first, and I've been with him and his policies ever since. We've disagreed sometimes, and that's okay. That's why we love freedom in the Republican Party. We can agree to disagree. But he's endorsed me in my races. We have a great relationship. He picks up the phone when I call. He'll text back. He's just a great American. He pays attention. Even though he's the leader of the free world, he cares about his people. He cares about those who have supported him. He doesn't care what zip code or color or how much money you make. That man is made in America, and he loves each and every one of us.
No, he's great. I happen to count him as a very good friend of mine. I've spent a lot of time in Mar-a-Lago. He's been my guest 16 times on this show, by the way. I think that's some type of record. 16 times on my TV and radio shows. And I'm going there on September 30th. He's invited me for an Oval Office visit. So I will be in the White House on September 30th. And lots of great things I've encountered in my years with President Trump. He's a brilliant businessman, and we're very lucky to have him as president. We're very lucky to have you as one of his strongest backers in the U.S. House. We really appreciate that. You recently announced you're running for governor of South Carolina. Tell us why you're doing that. Why the change of scenery from the House to running the state of South Carolina, and why does South Carolina need Nancy Mace?
Well, there are a lot of MAGA Republicans that are leaving Congress, the Senate, or the House to become governor. We have a huge opportunity during the 2026 midterms to find folks who are conservative, who support the president, who support his agenda, and implement that agenda at the state level on down. We, as you said earlier, the first part of coming on the show, that we have a lot of Republicans that don't have a backbone. And we need to take the America First agenda and implement it everywhere in every state, on down to the local level, to turn our country around. I look at the state of South Carolina, where I'm from, where I was raised, where I'm raising my family, and even we have woke colleges and universities that have 15 genders on forms, and male and female aren't two of them, that are funded by taxpayers. That stuff's got to go. We have crime in our state, and we have a justice system that has failed victims, and we have illegal aliens. I mean, we had a sanctuary sheriff last year in South Carolina, and I was the only except for a few local officials, the only federal or even statewide official that said anything, that spoke up when we had a sanctuary sheriff in a red state letting out illegals who are rapists, who are murderers, who are pedophiles. We have some of the highest taxes in the Southeast. So there's a lot of work to do. It's a great opportunity. People who have, Florida's full. Everyone's leaving New York, so they're all coming to South Carolina. We have a huge opportunity next year. I'm looking forward to taking what I've learned from Congress and taking it statewide.
All right, up next, the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 super hot steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
All right, way down the route, the route's on fire. Let me mention my book. It's my most recent book. I've written 17 of them. The first 16 books that I wrote took me about 9 months to a year to write each book. This took about 5 minutes, but it might be the best one I've ever written because it gets the point across quickly. How Democrats have made America great. Everything you need to know. 140 blank pages. It only took 5 minutes. I only had to design the cover and the back. That's it. In between blank pages. It's funny. It's a gag gift. It's a comedy book, right? Give it to all your friends who are conservatives. How Democrats have made America great. They've never done a damn thing to make America great. They will laugh. They will laugh. They will laugh. If you give it to your Democrat friends, their heads will explode. It'll be a great gag gift. Either way, Christmas coming up. Get 10 of them. Give it out to all your friends. Very inexpensive gift. Only at Amazon.com. It's a #1 bestseller. Amazon.com, How Democrats Have Made America Great. All right, sponsor of this segment, Patriot Critical Minerals. You know me. I tell you the raw truth about America's future. And here's the truth. Our military dominance, our economic strength, and even our freedom itself depends on one critical metal most Americans have never heard of, tungsten. Tungsten is the metal of strength. It's what hardens our tanks, powers our fighter jets, drives our missiles, and puts steel behind every round of ammo. Without tungsten, our defenses grind to a halt. Now, here's the danger. China controls almost all of it. They control over 80% of the world's supply and 90% of production. Think about that. If China cuts us off, America's military power, our economy, our independence, it all hangs in the balance. That's not just a problem. It's a national security catastrophe waiting to happen. But here's the good news. Right here in Nevada, my home state, we have the solution. Patriot Critical Minerals, home to the most advanced tungsten deposit in the entire USA. A deposit with an historical resource of over 19 million tons. This is the kind of discovery that can change the game. Enough to fuel America's defense industry, support our economy, and break China's stranglehold on tungsten. And the timing could not be better. For the first time in history, the Pentagon is personally investing in critical metals. Backed by the White House, backed by the Department of Defense, backed by the Department of Energy, and backed by patriotic American investors who know the future of this country depends on securing these resources here at home. There has never been a better moment to invest in America critical minerals. There has never been a better moment to invest in American critical metals.
And there is no more important critical metal to America's future and America's national defense than tungsten. Patriot Critical Minerals isn't just mining. This is about securing our freedom. This is about protecting our homeland. This is about America taking back control. The time to invest in tungsten is now. The time to invest in America is now. And Patriot Critical Minerals is leading the charge. Together, we can break China's grip and power America's future. To learn more about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals, scan the QR code on the screen right now or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. All right, now it's time for the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness. Countdown number 4. Well, you wanted indictments, you wanted arrests, you were panicking that Trump couldn't get the job done. O ye of little faith, now we're getting indictments and arrests. Big news. Just 48 hours ago, former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted, and he's turning himself in. The first big domino to fall. A few headlines. Disgraced former FBI Director James Comey expected to surrender any hour now. Ropes are tightening on Trump hating former CIA chief John Brennan. Investigators are zeroing in on Russiagate lies he made while under oath. The DOJ is pushing for charges against John Bolton as soon as next week. And breaking news, Letitia James is expected to be indicted in the coming days. Yay, team. And here's what I want. Twist the arms of Comey and Brennan and Clapper and everybody else that's getting indicted and go after the capo di tutti, the godfather, Obama. He was the president. He ordered all of this. He approved all of this. He coordinated all this. None of this happened without his approval, without him ordering the hit on Trump, per se. Obama and an assist to Hillary Clinton. I'm telling you, she was the Secretary of State who had a hatred for Trump and was running against Trump for president. You know that she's the one that put the bug in Obama's ear that you got to spy on Trump, give all the information to me, and we got to make up this Russian collusion story and destroy this guy. Go after Obama and Hillary Clinton, twist their arms, threaten them with life in prison or decades in prison, or they get out if they just name the bad guy or gal, Obama and Hillary. Countdown number 3. So much evil out there, but the two names that stick out above all else, Obama and George Soros, the heads of the snake. A few headlines. Money donated to build the Obama Library has instead been sent to the politically charged Tides Group. Millions of dollars sent to Barack Obama's foundation has ended up being donated to the progressive fund that supports anti-Israel groups and is accused of setting up encampments at Ivy League universities where they scream death to America and genocide the Jews, and from the river to the sea, which means kill every single Jew and drown them in the water. Donations to the Obama Foundation, set up to build his 19-acre campus, including a museum, athletic facility, and gardens in Chicago, were instead sent to the Tides Foundation in 2022 and 2023. And one last paragraph here I highlighted. Donations for anti-Israel groups such as the Ottawa Justice Project, Samadoun, and the People's Forums. Such groups set up pro-Palestinian demonstrations and college encampments after October 7th, 2023, when we had the attacks on Israel that killed over 1,200 Jews, the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And the result of that attack was not the world going against Hamas and the Palestinians. It's the world going against the Jews and Israel. And who's behind it all? Barack Obama. But wait, I haven't gotten to Soros. Howard Rubin, this just came out on Friday. Howard Rubin, ex-New York City financier with ties to George Soros, of course, arrested for allegedly sex trafficking women to his sex dungeon penthouse. Everything bad in the world, everything dirty in the world, everything disgusting and shocking in the world, all comes back, doesn't it seem, to George Soros. Shocking injustice. Soros-funded DA Alvin Bragg, the same one who went after Trump, he's got Soros money behind him, lets violent pro-abortion thug walk free after brutal on-camera assault on a pro-life woman. Everyone and everything that's tied to Soros's name is dirty and disgusting and anti-American and pro-communist and pro-killing Jews. Isn't that interesting how that all ties together? And finally, Trump directs a task force to counter rogue NGOs and leftist groups sowing chaos. I am guaranteeing you, it's an opinion show, it's my opinion, but I will guarantee you, because everything I've ever said on this show has turned out to be true. Wayne Root, the conspiracy theorist, except I'm a conspiracy truthist, because every single one I mentioned on the show turns out to be the truth. And I'm telling you, you will find out all these NGOs that were about the end of America and destroying America, every single one of them in some way is tied or funded by George Soros or George Soros funded groups. Simple. And he's in bed with Obama. Countdown number 2. What did James Carville say? Another Democrat nut job. It's the economy, stupid. The one smart thing he ever said. It's always about the economy. As bad as these other things are, it still always comes down when it comes to voters. They care about their pocketbook, their wallet, their bank account, their paycheck. That's what matters. And Trump's winning big. Now, you wouldn't know it if you listen to the mainstream media. They tell you how bad the economy is, how terrible things are. And there are some signs of weakness left over from the Biden economy. Has nothing to do with the Trump economy. But here's the deal. The Fed just announced that they underplayed Q2, quarter 2. That would be April, May, and June. April, May, and June turn out, they said 3.3% GDP economic growth, gross domestic product. That's the growth rate of economic growth. They said it was 3.3%, which is great. It turns out to have been 3.8%, even better. And it's getting close to 4% economic growth. We haven't seen anything like that since Reagan. And that was only literally the second quarter of the Trump presidency, barely gotten started. On Friday, the Dow was up big time after a new inflation report, the Fed's favorite gauge of inflation, personal consumption expenditures price index, showed that core inflation is not going up, even with the tariffs, with all the propaganda, it's not going up. And last but not least, Trump agreed last week to impose a $100,000 fee per year for each H-1B visa in a blow to big tech. Why does that affect the economy? Because you, American viewers that are watching me, your kids are going to get better jobs and higher salaries because we're not going to let in thousands and thousands of foreigners to take the jobs at cheap prices. Countdown number 1. All right. Nothing that I haven't told you 1,000 times on this show, but it's nice when it gets proven. Once again, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy provist and truthist. Every single one I talk about is the truth, and it gets proven. We found out that January 6th was one big scam, as if I didn't say that 1,000 times, all tied to the rigged and stolen election of 2020 and the demonization and destruction of President Trump and MAGA. How do we find out? We found out that Chris Wray lied under oath. It came out on Friday. The FBI had 274 plainclothes agents on the ground in the crowd on January 6th. It was a total Fedsurrection, right? It wasn't an insurrection. It was a Fedsurrection. They were there to stir up the crowd and make them get angry and charge into that Capitol building and cause all of us to go to prison, to have our lives ruined, to have legal fees of millions of dollars for average middle-class people. It was all a Fed deal and a Fed cover-up. It's a leaked memo, revealed it all, and the agents were angry. FBI agents said they were used as pawns. At the same time that happened, the Gateway Pundit's Jim Hoff, the founder of the Gateway Pundit, he announced on Steve Bannon's War Room this week that there's a massive Michigan Freedom of Information haul of evidence from the 2020 election that changes everything and shows how they stole the election in Michigan And I guarantee they stole it in every single battleground state. I've said it 1,000 times on this show. The election was stolen, and January 6th was a setup, and all of it ties together with the demonization, the arrests, the indictments, the convictions of President Donald J. Trump. They wanted him to die in prison and destroy the MAGA movement, destroy you and me. I'm Wayne LaRoute. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And we'll see you next week. Viva my tax-free Las Vegas.
Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being